Hello everybody and welcome to the stream. Let's make sure my camera's going the right direction. There we are. So I am Dr. Chuck and welcome to our live stream. Someone in the chat can tell me if my audio is working. It looks good up there, but I just want to make sure that the audio is working. Hey Cheng, welcome. I'm going to set up my screens here. Okay, I gotta stop looking at, there we go. Stop looking at any of that. Okay, so hello everybody and welcome to the stream. I assume that, yeah, audio's good. Okay, so audio's good. So I love television, I love radio, I love production, and YouTube is fun. And I just figured I would do a live stream. I haven't done a live stream in a while, inviting all my Coursera students. So I don't know how many of my Coursera students are showing up. I won't look at all that data for a little while. I'll just talk. Of course, if you go to my office hours, you can go to office.drchuck.com, and you can see all the places around the world that I have had office hours, about 80 of them. And you can go in and you can click on any one of these and you can see my office hours. So one of the things that I like to do is I like to interact with my students. And I learn so much from interaction. I have 3, 4, 5 million students around the world, and I don't get to interact with everybody, but I learn from those that I interact with. Just a few little examples of how interacting with you has sort of changed my entire thinking. I go back to office hours I had in Barcelona in like 2021. Remember 4 people there. And students at that office hours asked me over and over the same question I get every time I sit down with somebody anywhere in the world, and that is, how can I get a job? And so hang on a sec. Hey, hello everybody. I'm seeing your chats. Let me show you something really quick, and then this can help you. Let me switch to this. So I have a Discord. The URL for my Discord is discord.drchuck.com. That will redirect you to a Discord invite link. discord.drchuck.com. Oops. And that will get you into this Discord. And I got a little live stream section set up here. So I'm going to say in this, please queue up. I will try to keep I'll try to see questions from the chat, but I will also, this is a way to make sure questions don't get lost and I go back and get all of these. QUEUE up questions here. Okay. So there is the Discord, discord.drchuck.com. Okay, let's go back to office hours. So I have been asked, I've been doing this since 2012, and I've been asked in every single one of my office hours, how do I get a job? And in today's day and age, that's even more important. But I started doing this in Python for Everybody and Internet History, my first classes, and the idea that I had was I just want to be a greeter. I want to be a greeter for the technology learning space, and I want to say you belong here, you're welcome here. I don't care what your background is. There is a place for you in software development and programming, no matter what your real true passion in life is. I want everybody to know how to program. And so for the first almost 10 years, I created these courses that were the easiest and and least painful courses I could. That, like, if you take my course, I'm not going to exert pain on you. I'm not trying to prepare you for a hard career. I'm trying to prepare you to love to write software. And so for the first time, I mean, I did that, and I was really, really successful at that, with millions of students who tell me every time I see them, like, now I got students that tell me, like, I took your class 10 years ago and it changed my life forever. And it's like, yay, I love that. But what happened is, I always, for the first 10 years, would answer the question, how do I get a job, by, I don't know, I'm teaching you Python and real basic stuff, and you gotta get your job through people, and you gotta go to a Python user group, find people. Jobs always come from connections. Jobs don't always come from just classes, but classes make it so that you can make a connection, so that you can go to a local conference on technology and you can end up talking to somebody and say, yeah, no, I took a Python class, I know a little Python. So all of a sudden you become a more interesting person. The other problem with that, and I wrote a whole Quora article about this, the other problem with that is that beginning programming jobs are not often posted because there would be 10,000 applicants. I was at a conference recently that said that they had like 100 openings for interns, and they posted the internship publicly, and they got 40,000 people responding. And so that gives you a sense of, that's not necessarily the best way. If you apply for a job, and I have my own son, and he's applied for jobs and hasn't gotten them, and I just, like, you lost to somebody really great, right? That doesn't mean you're bad. It just means, you were awesome and they were a little awesomer. And so that was what I said for the first decade. And then I was sitting, and I hope that didn't glitch the stream. I was sitting at some point in this Barcelona, and this student asked me that question for the 500th time. And in my head, all of a sudden, a little dialogue started, and that dialogue was, would I hire this person? And then the person said, I took all your classes. I've taken every one of them. How do I get a job? And I'm like, well, you took all my classes. Would I hire the person? And I'm like, hello, it's okay. I'm on live stream, but it's okay. There you go. I got some lunch. So then I had a dialogue in my head, and I said, would I hire this person? Because I hire people, and they work for me. And I'm like, oh, you took all my classes, but no, the people that take all my classes, they know a lot. And so I started asking myself the question of, like, when I want to hire somebody, what do I look for? And who would I want to hire? And immediately I have 20 or so people that pop up. Most of them I work with in Sakai. And I would hire them in a minute if I had a startup with a lot of money. And I'm like, what is it about those people that, like, my students who've taken all my classes don't qualify, and yet these other people do qualify? And I started thinking about it. And I started thinking, like, what would it take for me to build something to produce a programmer that I would hire? And so now I'm a proxy for the world's employers. If I can't produce a student that I would hire, maybe I'm in the wrong business, right? So then and there, in a tiny little hotel lobby in Barcelona, I think it was 2021, I said to myself, well, my new mission, I found my mission. I have a saying where you only know when a journey starts when your journey's over. So you think, I've done this, I've accomplished, I'd set out to do this, and I did it. And then you realize the journey's only started. And that was when I vowed to change my approach. And instead of building courses for the masses that were like Mr. Wizard or Bill Nye the Science Guy or a BBC nature show saying, the lion is now walking up the tree, and you'll notice they can climb very well. No, I'm like, wait a sec, I need to produce classes that build something. But those of you who know me know that I'm not a fan of the field of computer science as a way to teach programming. I'm a fan of the computer science to teach computer science because that's what they do. But they don't teach programming very well at all. Why is that? Well, most computer science faculty have never written a serious program or maintained a program in their life. They've never been in the real world, and they just go do research and throw it away. And it's okay, because I know computer science graduates from the University of Michigan that help me. They're my teaching assistants. We're working on getting them to be online teaching assistants. And when I sit down with them, have a meeting with them right before they graduate, I'm just like, you are such an impressive person. You're so amazing. And they all got jobs, good jobs. And so I'm not anti-computer science. I'm just anti-computer science as it pertains to being a software developer. You can become a software developer through computer science, but it's not the best way. So I invented this concept, masterprogrammer.com. And so you can go to www.masterprogrammer.com. It just redirects currently to my online course. So if you go to masterprogrammer.com, you can take a look at, it'll redirect you to online.drchuck.com. And these are all the courses that I built, kind of in the order that I built them. And this now is more than just a course or two to welcome people into the field. This is a stacked curriculum that is almost like almost a year of computer science by the time it's all said and done. And so in 2020, I had built Internet History Technology, Python for everybody, Django for everybody, and web applications for everybody. And I was in the middle of building Postgres for everybody. And I said, from now on, to build the master programmer, and you see I'm talking about being a master programmer. And so I think I got a master, yeah. And so you can go and watch this David Bombal, and it'll be boring because I say the same thing. I tell the same story in this, but that's okay. And so that was about 3 years ago, and I was well into it, but I hadn't built all the courses yet. And so the idea of the master programmer is, what is the simplest and easiest and least painful and least expensive way to go from, I'm an artist, but I want to get a job in programming. And this is it. So the weird thing about this is that Python for Everybody is the world's most popular programming course, 3 million. And so it falls off. Not everybody wants to be a professional programmer. And so by the time you get to C Programming for Everybody, and then my latest, Computer Architecture for Everybody, these are hard classes. Now, they're not as hard as a computer science class, and they're way more fun than a computer science class, but they're covering the same ideas as a computer science class. And this is currently part of why I'm doing this live, is because I have been spending 5 years since 2021 building a curriculum that I thought was in a more advanced curriculum, not the world's best beginner curriculum, but taking the world's best advanced programming curriculum on top of a beginner curriculum. Now, this is not going to teach you advanced React. It's not going to teach you C#. It's teaching you the things that allow you to learn. And that was the other thing that I observed in that hotel in Barcelona when I was talking to myself. It's like the people that are amazing to me, come back to the camera, the people who are amazing to me are the people who work with other people and can mentor people and be mentored. And the greatness comes from mentors. And you don't learn from classes, you learn from mentors. So these classes that I am showing you in online.drchuck.com are not the skills you need to be great. They're the skills you need to be accepted by a mentor. So everybody thinks, hey, I'm like in 9th grade and I would like to learn programming. So I'm going to send email to Dr. Chuck, the great wise guru on top of a mountain. And I'll say, hey, I'd like to learn programming. And you're Dr. Chuck and you're great at it. And why don't you be my mentor? And I'm like, if I had enough time and I had an infinite number of me, I would say yes to all of those. But the reality is, I only accept someone for me to be their mentor, probably 3 or 4 people a year. Maybe 3 or 4 people a year. So guess what? To be accepted if you want me to be your mentor, you had better bring some strong capabilities. Like if you're just like, I want to learn to program, be my mentor. Sorry. Nobody who is talented enough to be a mentor wants to teach the basics. But wait, I have a curriculum that teaches the basics. And so you could look at this curriculum as if you master this curriculum, and I mean all of it, the C parts, the trees, the computer architecture, chip layout, chip design, not necessarily easy courses. If you master those, I'm hoping that when you meet a potential mentor, you will have an engaging enough conversation and have enough basic skills that they'll be like, you're worth talking to. You're worth talking to. And then the magic begins. And hopefully an HR person or your supervisor will say, you're worth hiring. Not that you learned all this crap in high school or took a Ruby on Rails boot camp and filled your head full of useless syntax. This is a person who can think. This is a person who can learn. This is a person who enjoys learning. This is a person who enjoys technology. This is a person who's learned a bunch of things, which means the next thing we got to learn is going to be easy. And that's the key to mentors. I want the people that I mentor to go from listening to me to be helping me. I got to get some work done. So the quicker they switch from me going, look here, look here, look here, look there, then I want them to pick up and go. I want them to learn, and then I want them to do the work. And so basically, if I lay on top of this whole idea of the last 5 years of my life of building these more advanced classes, 3 years ago, things went crazy. Artificial intelligence shows up. And so I have a whole topic, and I don't know if you're queuing up questions or not. I've been thinking so deeply about artificial intelligence, and thankfully I teach every semester on campus at the University of Michigan, and everything since the day ChatGPT was released has been an experiment in what is the right way to teach in the age of AI. Long story short, the answer turns out to be surprisingly simple, at least for me. The answer is, how do you teach in the age of Chegg? How do you teach in the age of Google? How do you teach in the age of Stack Overflow? I stopped thinking of AI as a unique threat to learning, but instead as an important tool. Now, I haven't spent a bunch of time yet, and I want to hear from you about this. I haven't spent a bunch of time yet teaching AI. I have done a bunch of AI work, and I record it all, and you can watch it all. And let me show you a thing that I just recorded about AI. Okay, so this is a URL. You probably won't. Maybe I can I put it in the chat? Am I in the chat? What's going on? Oh no, that's not it. Where is the live stream? Where's my live stream? No, I shouldn't. No, I can't. Now I'm confused. I need to chat. Let's go to the channel. Let's go to the live streaming thing. I know there's a chat here. I'll put this in. I should probably put URLs in there. So this is my AI challenge. Ah! Thank you, Brent. Oh, you got the Discord in there? Thank you. Yeah, okay. Okay, so back to where I was. This video, which I just sent you the URL of, is I created a thing I call the Vibe Coding Challenge. let's go into my thing. Let's call the Vibe Coding Challenge. Okay. So the Vibe Coding Challenge. So the Vibe Coding Challenge is something that happened to me. So my friend Mike came up to me and he said, I have a pub and I'd like you to write me software. Because he's kind of a software guy, but he doesn't have time. So he's like, Chuck, you're a wizard at software. You teach software classes. Why don't you do this? And so what I did was I said, there's no way I have time to do this. Why would I do your 3-Bell Challenge website? And I said, how about this? I said, you send me the specifications, any form you want, and I'm going to use this as an experiment. I'm going to use this as an experiment where I vibe code it. And I'm going to decide, part of what I want to do when I teach artificial intelligence is I want you to fail. I don't want you to succeed. I don't want to give you some easy thing like add 2 plus 2 and then you give it to AI and it puts out a line of Python like, ooh, you're programming with AI. No, I want you to fail. I want you to fail so you understand what AI can and can't do and how much you still need to learn if you're going to do AI well. So I invented this Vibe Coding Challenge. So this is what Mike gave me. Mike gave me 3 files. He gave me a piece of paper. Oops. Go back. He gave me a second piece of paper. And he gave me a spreadsheet where he built the user interface. I don't know if this will show or not. Let's see if this comes up. Yeah, I guess it'll work. Come on, Excel. So Mike gave me a spreadsheet and he said, this is what it is, and these are the scores, and these are the people that are playing. And literally, that's it. That's it. By the way, let's see. Yeah, that's me at the hockey rink. There's Mike. There's me. He met me at the center line of this very hockey rink and gave me this challenge. Mike is also the person that got me into racing. So I don't know if I should thank him for that or not thank him for that. Oh, I should go here. No. Let's go here. There we go. So I don't know if I should thank Mike or be mad at Mike, but Mike's a racer too, and this is our home track, Gingerman, and he's there at the track. So back to the Vibe Challenge. So the idea of the Vibe Challenge, and you can do the Vibe Challenge as well. The Vibe Challenge is, and I challenged a colleague of mine at U of M who's teaching a vibe coding class. And I said, your vibe coding class is a dumb idea because the same people teaching vibe coding classes think it's not necessary to learn Python. And that makes me angry. And I disagree with them. They're smarter than me, but I still disagree with them. So they're like, oh, Vibe is so good. If you got a PhD in computer science from MIT, Vibe is pretty good. I got a PhD in computer science also, and Vibe is great. I love it. But to say that you don't need to learn anything, and Vibe, and like in a year, AI will be so good that you won't need to learn anything. It's like, oh man, this is so dumb. So I gave him this Vibe Coding Challenge. And the idea is you're supposed to take people who don't know how to program and say, write the code. Write the code. Why? So that they fail. And so that the teacher who's teaching them vibe coding is the answer to all known problems sees the failure. And then they'll become a better teacher. So if you don't know anything about programming, take my Vibe Coding Challenge and fail and learn from your failure. Now, let's say you're a really good programmer, years of experience. You can take the Vibe Coding Challenge too. The difference is you might not fail. This is a really crappy definition of a problem. It really is a crappy definition. But I wanted, as an experiment, to code it myself. Not cheating, not looking ahead, not even reading those pieces of paper. And so I waited to the last minute like I often do. And this software needed to be ready noon on Sunday. And I started at 10 o'clock on Saturday. And so if you look at this video, this video is a 7-minute video, which just introduces it. I mostly told you that. But then what I did is I started, and my son, Brent, who's here in the chat with us, my son Brent, who's here in the chat with us, he had his wheelchair floorball hockey, and I'm just I could go watch him like a good dad, or I could be a bad dad and take my laptop into the lobby of the ice rink, get a Mountain Dew, and do this code, write this code. So literally, without thinking, without pre-thinking anything, I literally tell you the story, and then I start. The Vibe Coding Challenge about Mike, blah, blah, blah. You already some of this. And then I had ChatGPT, and I had one prompt, and I uploaded the files, right? I uploaded the files, and I vibe coded. I didn't cheat. Here's the thing. So here I am. People would say Chuck hates vibe coding. No. I hate people who say that vibe coding's the answer. I love vibe coding. I'll fast forward through this. But, okay, so here we go. I'm prompting. Let's get this prompt right. Okay. Oh, by the way, I gave ChatGPT some pictures of Mike because it's fun. I love ChatGPT. It's my pair programmer, and I have to be nice to my pair programmer, right? So it's 16 minutes in, I give it the prompt. There is working code. And at some point, Brent shows up, and we got to go. I literally, 47 minutes in, 30 minutes later, I have working code. And so this is, you can watch it all. And if you say to yourself, wow, I don't understand what he's saying, then you're exactly the person who should take, I won't swear, you should take a course. Don't just try to type in my prompts. Take a course. Now, if you're a programmer, beat me, right? If you're a good programmer, see what you can do in 30 minutes from the same specifications. And so it turned out that we had to go. I tested it. And then Brent shows up at some point. There's Brent. There's Brent right there. He shows up. It was a good game. I was a bad dad. I didn't watch the game. Brent shows up, and his buddies show up. I think I show all his friends who also played with him. Come on, ChatGPT. Oh, there we go. Yeah. So I then sent an email to Mike. And I said, Mike, try this. Because Brent and I had to drive home, so we did. We drove home. And then like at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, because this is 10 in the morning, Mike sent me another spec. And this is in the Vibe Coding Challenge. This is Mike's version 2 refinements. And you actually get to see. I then came home at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I simply I simply copied this, and I pasted it into Cursor AI. I wasn't using ChatGPT by this time. I'm using Cursor AI. And then I made another version. Extremely fast. If you look, you'll see that in this there is part 1, building at the hockey rink. Part 2, lost footage. I lost the footage because I didn't turn the microphone on correctly. By the way, is my microphone working? It looks like microphone's working. So, So I lost the footage of the second. It wasn't very exciting. It was pretty short because it worked great. But I'm like, okay. I went to sleep, and then the next morning, I had to play hockey. And so I got up really early to go play hockey on Sunday, and I said, Mike, I think you shouldn't use it. I just don't think it's good enough. I've just spent, a total of 4.5 hours on this thing. And so I play hockey, and I take a nap afterwards because it's like 8 in the morning, and I wake up, and Mike's texting me with pictures at the bar. He says, it's working. This is going to be great. And I'm like, oh boy. So I'm like, no, it can't be great. It's not going to work. Something's going to go wrong. So I better go to the bar. And I went to the bar with my laptop. And so if you look at the next video, which you can see with this link right here, if you look at the next video, pause, you see that we're at the bar. So we got another hour at the bar. And what we were doing at the bar was we were fixing the bugs as they came up, and I was redeploying to production, and I would just send it to get, and I'd get pull. Again, what I want you to watch this. You can watch this if you're a good programmer just for the humor of it. If you're not a programmer, watch it and think, oh, yeah, I would just come up with those prompts. And the answer is, no, you wouldn't come up with those prompts. Vibe coding sucks if you don't know anything. Sorry, swear word, ching, one swear word. And so then I actually have another video where I do some work after the bar. And we're actually working on a new version, which I will be recording the changes to that. So Mike, over the weekend, next weekend, there's another tournament, and everyone is really excited. Everyone is really excited about the 3-ball tournament. Let me see if I can't get it up here. Yeah, so here you go. Whoops, that's the wrong camera. Oh, hey, here's my little helper camera. This is cool. I use this camera. Here, do you ever wonder what somebody is drinking when they're drinking or they're recording a video? I'm drinking coffee. Yes, it's really coffee. Okay, I just took the wrong camera. This is my close-up camera for things like showing little objects. Look at that. That's Marvin from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. 42. This is a simple mechanical calculator. Okay, I just took that by mistake. So I got in a couple cameras here. So there's a camera up there. Hi, everybody, up on a high cam. So, but I meant to take this, then I meant to take that, and then I meant to go on screen. So this is a game. It shows up in the bar. It's on a big screen in the bar, and it runs. It's really awesome. And it has all those timeout. You're too late. It's a fast-paced game. It's really cool. And so we're going to do one more, and so there will be one more in that video series of 2 weeks later version. So we'll see how it goes. The person who designed the game is just, they're sending me email, and Mike sends me email, and I just blast it into the chat, my Cursor AI, and build it. Like at one point, they wanted it to switch from refreshing the whole screen to refreshing dynamic data. I'm like, I put one prompt in. And the prompt is like, dude, we can't refresh the whole screen. We just have to make a JSON feed and pull the JSON and update the DOM. Again, that's a prompt, right? So if you're thinking, I don't need to learn to program, you don't even know what a DOM is. But, sorry, I gotta not overreact to all the dumb vibe people. So the prompt is as simple as this. We don't want to refresh the whole screen. We want to make JSON, put the data in JSON, and then pull the data from JSON and update the DOM dynamically. 30 seconds later, it's working. That's what's amazing about artificial intelligence. It takes me and it makes me 10 times better, maybe 100 times better. Because this is all stuff I can do. I just do it fast. I look at it. If it gets lost, I fix it. It's pretty exciting. So, okay. So let's see. That's the Vibe Challenge. Did I make a domain name for Vibe Challenge? Nope, I didn't. That's okay. Vibe Challenge. It's in a GitHub repo for CSEV. That's me. So, yeah. Somewhere I thought I had a URL for it. Okay, so let's go back to and talk a bit about today and going forward. So I'm excited. I have built a really cool curriculum. It was not conceived with AI as part of what its plan was. 2/3 of the way through of building my curriculum, AI came along. And I was going to start a podcast about the master programmer after I got the curriculum done. And AI came along, and my own teaching approach to AI has gotten better and better and better. Like I said, I don't see AI as the enemy anymore, but I also don't see AI as something I need to lean on. I really want to give students the opportunity to use AI to become better programmers and to not use AI if that's what they want. So I changed the name of my podcast. If you looked at this podcast 6 months ago, it'd be like the Dr. Chuck Master Programmer Podcast, because it was going to be the rollout of my Master Programmer thing. But now I can't ignore AI. I can't live without AI, right? I can't survive without AI. I was talking to Shivangi and Naga from my online class. I'm like, what would you feel like if tomorrow morning you woke up and we got rid of all the AI data centers and you couldn't use AI for 24 hours? I would just go back to bed. I'd be like, why even bother? Why even bother without AI? And so AI is necessary. And then the other anecdote that I'll share with you is when I had our quick dinner with our teaching assistants to thank them for a great semester. They all had jobs. And I asked them, I said, what was the interview like to get a job at Google or Amazon or Facebook? These are really strong students getting jobs at the top place. And it makes me excited that people are getting hired again. Maybe the cuts have gotten big enough and they need new talent. And they talked about the fact they want young talent, right? They want people who have new and fresh ideas with AI, because if you have been sitting as a mid-manager at Amazon for the last 10 years doing crap work but making $500,000 a year, they want to get rid of you and bring in someone to make $120,000 a year but not afraid of AI. So you learning now, learning with AI near you, is creating a different kind of person in the workforce that is going to be way more valuable. And I think that's really, really exciting. And I asked him, I said, was AI part of your interview process? And they said, oh, yes, of course. Except when we were showing skills, we had to show our skills without AI. So to some degree, having non-AI, independent skills that are your skills and not AI skills was an essential part of the job. But if you weren't also a master of AI, you weren't qualified. I have my next plan. How to build classes that are absolutely not AI and with AI. And so I've got some ideas. I should probably stop. It's been 40 minutes of just me talking. So let me take a quick look, Brent, at what we are seeing. Let me take a look at Discord. Let's see if we got some queued up chats. So Pranav, right, we talk a lot. Let me switch here. So if you go into discord.drchuck.com, then you can get in my Discord and queue questions here. I'll go back to YouTube and get some questions. Pranav's been following your course. I finished a couple courses, continue to complete all of them. After learning through your courses, would it be a good idea to build projects? So I would say that, Brent is calling. Hang on. Dude, you're on speaker.
I know, that's the point.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
So you don't
so
swear. Hang on.
I'm not gonna swear.
So what do we got going on the chat room?
So I've got two questions. First question comes from, forgive me if I say this incorrectly, it's Chinmay Sahu 09Z.
Okay.
He asks, tell me a roadmap to become a low-level programmer.
Okay. What's the other question? Because the roadmap to low-level programmer is the essential question that is on everybody's mind, literally. So is there another one that's like more subtle, or is it just a restatement of the same question?
There is another subtle question. This subtle question comes from at Fred M. Bashers. Again, forgive me if it's incorrect. He asks, Chuck, what are your thoughts on 1, Claude Code, and 2, OpenAI Codex?
Okay, let's just go the first question, because it's really a restatement of Pranav's question in the chat. So Pranav, the two questions that we're facing here are, you take all these.
Before you answer them,
Yes.
if there are any other questions, my friends, I would say go into the Discord and post them there under the live stream tab. If you have questions, you can also put them in the chat, and I will continue to write them down and call in periodically to get those questions answered for you, unless he answers them through the chat.
Hey, what do you think of this remote producer guy? He's right there. He just calls me on the phone, shows up. So.
Yeah, I had someone go, "You really are Dr. Chuck's son?"
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Here, let me show you something. Here we go. There is Brent on the phone. So Brent's watching and monitoring and running everything, and so that way you just call me. That way, if Brent sees it go by, he can interrupt me anytime. But he let me go. You let me go for a while, right? Okay. So let's get to the questions.
I think you can answer these questions. Again, if we have any other questions, I will be in the Discord under the name War Wheels. Feel free to ping me or ping the actual live chat or anything like that, the live streams. So
yeah,
I will be monitoring that periodically.
I got Discord up myself, and so I go back to it from time to time. Okay, so right. But that's cool. So thanks for everything, Brent.
Last thing I wanted to add, the Discord link I posted before was disabled because the bot thought too many people were joining at once. That has been resolved by our friend Isaac. So I will make sure to,
Discord Ninja.
Yes, I will make sure to repost that in the chat, and that way anybody who would like to join the conversation, be part of it, I will be there. Yep. Okay. Nice to meet you as well.
So did Isaac basically make a new URL? And then you posted it.
We had to adjust some settings and tell the bot, hey, we're not being attacked, I promise.
Oh, okay. I didn't even know how many people we got. I mean, I don't see it yet on my display about how many.
If you look at moderator only at the chat we have, it says resolved in activity alert, because it literally shut it down because it said unusual activity. Activity began at 4:12. Suspicious joins, DMs, review members, blah 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 blah. Because 40 people joined at once. So we had to. That's a good thing, guys. It's a good thing you guys are becoming.
That's what I'm promoting the Discord, right? Because part of the reason I'm promoting the Discord, is I know in the next phase, as students learn more advanced stuff, they need more access to me. So Coursera 3 million, I built something that didn't require access to me. But if you're going to learn computer hardware and VLSI layout, you're going to need access to me. Okay?
And
so that's the idea.
Paid investments, I am not familiar with Fluxer at all, actually.
To have Fluxer, I don't know what Fluxer is either. AD investments.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
No problem at all. I will, I'll let you go at this point and let you continue.
Let me go back to the live link on Discord. Oh, I'm not sending Discord out.
And I'll just remind you, Dad, keep your chat up and read the chat.
I do. It's just I have to turn to look at it. I don't have it.
I know.
I should probably move it over there. It's really weird.
I'm a gamer streamer, so I'm always reading the
Hey, here's a question for you. Isn't there a way to pop out the live chat and not see the picture? Because it freaks me out when I see the picture of myself.
Not see the picture.
I just want to see the chat by itself.
Yeah,
Oh, pop out
okay.
chat. Oh,
Yep,
damn
there
it.
you go. There
I
you go.
just didn't see it. Okay. So thank you for your moderator mentoring. I hope I'm a worthy to be mentored in your moderator mentoring.
You are worthy.
Okay.
You are worthy.
Let me make this a little bit bigger. Ah.
All right, I'm
not
going to let
that.
you go.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Okay, so I'll see the chats on this other screen, but I need to not watch this screen here, because if I watch a thing with my picture on it, it really messes me up, okay? Okay, so with all that, back to Pranab's formulation of the question, and that is, how do you go to become the master programmer? And if you take every one of Dr. Chuck's courses, right, what happens, and again, we go back to the story I told of, what happens when you've taken every one of these classes? Then, big question mark, what's next, right? And so the key thing there is the same answer. You got to find people and make contacts. But then let's just say that you don't get a job right away. What kind of learning should you do? And my answer to that is you should be prepared to learn literally anything. You should say to yourself, well, I know Django, I know PHP, I know Postgres. Why don't I learn Node? Why don't I learn Dino? Why don't I learn something? Because I've taught JavaScript a bunch of times in these courses, so you ought to know JavaScript. Although in Python Postgres I teach Dino a little bit. Just find a thing that's cool and hot. Just Dino. Dino is a project. Let me see, am I on the screen? Yeah. Let me get up Dino. No, not that Dino. Dino.com. Okay, so let's go back. Boom, boom. Okay, so this is a thing called Dino. So Dino is a project that the name Dino is Node flipped. N-O-D-E for Node and D-E-N-O for Dino. So the creator of Node, after about a decade, was tired of the Node community because he couldn't innovate anymore. And so he kind of got mad and started this whole thing, so it's fresh. And the idea is take the experience of Node and do it again fresh. Go is a good example. So someone just mentioned Go, and I agree. Go teach yourself Go. Go learn Rust. Because the key to the master programmer curriculum is not that it is everything. And I got some slides, I used them in India 2 years ago, where I talk about an exercise where, let me see if I can find them. Let me see if I can find those slides. I always get so distracted. Let's bring up PowerPoint here and let's open a file on my Mac. Oh, I hate computers. I can't even. You'll know that I'm a nerd when I show you what I'm about to do. I can't open a PowerPoint file. I know where it's at. I'm going into it. Open Coursera India.ppt. So this is a talk I gave when I went to India, and it was really cool. I went to a bunch of places. It was a celebration kind of between me and Coursera, and a bunch of thousands and thousands of people came to see me across a number of universities. So, am I sharing the right thing? Yes, I am sharing the right thing. And how come split screen is not working? Oh, split screen is working. Okay. So the problem is that you can never go to school to learn everything that you ever might know, right? Because a job is often using legacy software. They don't use the coolest thing ever. They don't. And they'll be using some weird thing. They'll be using COBOL or RPG or something, right? That's the job you're going to get. So I can't teach you, but I can teach you to learn. I can teach you not to be afraid to learn, right? And so that's part of why I give you course after course after course. You can look at C and you can say, C is going to be hard for me. But then you take the course and you look back and you're like, well, you know what? That was challenging, but I met every challenge, right? Don't use AI too much. That's the danger. If you don't take a course and meet the challenges, then you're not really gaining anything. You're gaining the confidence that you could figure out something difficult in C. And so I went, and the way I did, this is kind of the building of the master programmer curriculum. I'm like, this is just a subset of the things that you may need. And by the way, Go is on there, right? So who said Go? Yeah, Chanwa 388. Oh, 388, yeah. So you said Go, and I'm like, yeah, Go's there. Go's something you can make money off of. It's all there. The question is, if you only had 4 courses, what would you do? And the answer is, well, maybe Python, C, architecture, assembly language. I mean, sure. So I'm thinking about, what maybe then the next 7 might be. And this is kind of how I figured things out for the master programmer. There's foundational things, and then there are other stuff. And so HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and I have Java in there as well. And so the idea is I built some of this, and I'm going to build the C course, and I'm build the architecture class, and now I'm kind of done with it. And the whole idea was to give X-ray vision. Now it's talking about the C class, right? The whole idea was to give you this notion that when you're sitting at a computer and you're learning Go, you're not just cutting and pasting syntax, or cutting and pasting syntax into AI and pasting the AI results back into whatever, but instead what you're doing is you're proving to yourself that you can learn Go without being handed a bunch of recipes. Now, cutting and pasting recipes will get you started, but the question is, can you do it yourself? Can you do it yourself? So what I would say to answer Pranab's question is test yourself. Pick anything. Go to a job fair. Listen to what they say. A word comes up and they say, Visual Basic. Really? Visual Basic? That's what they want? Well, go learn it. Go figure it out. Prove to yourself that you have the skills to do that kind of thing. So, and so then what you do is you just watch the job market, talk to people, go to conferences, go to the PyCons. I mean, I took Brent to PyCon last year and a couple of other folks that work for me, and they had a job fair, and it wasn't as great as I'd hoped. But the fact that you're running around in a building, let me go find PyCon here. So here's PyCon, right? Put these on your calendar. It's not that I'm so crazy about Python. Put them on your calendar. Go. What I'm crazy about is you being in rooms with other people who are like-minded, so you don't feel so alone. The key thing to going to a PyCon is you just go. You don't have to be hired. And so that's a good start. There is Django cons, Django conference all over the world too. Go to them. I'm going to go to this one. I'm going to go to the August one. There's one in Greece, April 15th through the 19th. That's like tomorrow. And a Chicago one. Right? So you look, there's so Django Con, there's a Django Girls events. I just recently added Django Girls to my Django for Everybody class. So the point is, go places, learn things, prove your knowledge, learn things, prove that you look at each one of these things as a structured learning experience, but then use that to go through new learning experiences. So now I forgot what the second question was, Brent. Damn it. But I am looking at the chat, so you can just put it in the chat. Yeah. So I don't remember what the question was. This happens in long live streams. Didn't make it into Discord. Okay. How about I just change the topic and that question will come back to me. So let me talk again about the podcast. And so one of the things that caused me to start a podcast was we have this Sakai meeting every Tuesday. And the Sakai developers are using AI all the time. And we get to the end of the meeting and we get all the work done and we just start swapping AI stories. About I did this and I did that and I did whatever. And I'm like, these are great conversations about practicing high-end software developers, and they need to have a place to talk because we're just doing it in a developer meeting. And we're just like the last 15 minutes, we just go crazy on AI. And I'm like, shoot, you should listen. You all should be able to listen to these conversations. So I said to myself, I'm like, okay, I'm going to make a podcast. And I'm going to invite my friends who are really good programmers to come and talk. I'm also going to try to invite some of those students who graduated and what AI means to them and all kinds of stuff. Just find as many people as I can, to get the questions. Now, so I did this first episode, and I hope you take a look at it, and some of it will be stuff I've already said here. But I've gotten quite a bit of reaction to my first episode. And so here's the thing. The real goal of this is not to just build my brand, which of course it is my goal to build my brand, but I also want to learn from it. I want to learn from the people and the students. And I just did this like April 8th, which is less than a week ago. And I'm already learning. If you go look at this, so it ends up a lot of places and it ends up in YouTube. So I get a lot of comments in YouTube. So it's like I put this podcast up and it's sent to all kinds of places, including YouTube. And I get more comments, at least at YouTube. When people see it, they can comment on it. So I've gotten surprisingly, I've gotten 2 kinds of comments. And it's only a week. And all of a sudden my brain is like, click, I was thinking wrong. All I was thinking about was everybody wants to use AI. Everybody wants to use AI to finish classes as fast as possible. And so how do I solve that problem? What I learned in the last week was there's a lot of people out there that hate AI. Hate it. I don't know if they're going to still hate it in 10 years or 5 years or 2 years. And so I'm like, good thing I heard from those people that really hate AI because, oh, wait, how come I didn't? Brent, you got blocked. Let me call you. I'll call you and put you on speaker. So, hey, man. I don't know why you... Oh, I have it on silent. That's why it didn't ring. But go ahead.
It's okay.
Yeah.
All your questions, everybody, I'm posting them in the live stream channel. If you go into the Dr. Chuck online live stream, there are different channels. They have little pound signs next to them.
Okay, I'm showing right now on the live stream.
Yep, and you only are allowed to be in that channel if you agree to the rules first. So make sure you go and agree to the rules before you do any of that because it won't be visible to you otherwise.
Oh, and we got a bunch of new people that haven't gone to the rules. They were
Yep.
just in too
So
much
go
of
to
a
the
hurry.
rules,
So you got
go
to
to the
check
rules
this
and click the
checkbox.
check mark. Yep.
Okay, so I'm showing it on the stream right now, Brent.
Cool. All
Okay.
right. Yep.
So,
And I'm
but you're
posting your
copying
questions in there for
you're
you.
copying the questions that are coming in from general. Okay, a lot of people are saying
I am.
hi. No, you're watching the YouTubes and giving me questions here, so I can look one place.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I'll keep going back and
Bye.
forth to it. Okay, so now I see the question, Claude Code and OpenAI.
Bye.
But I'm off on another thing, and that is
Okay.
yeah. Thank you, Brent. I'll turn on vibes, so I'll turn off silence, so I'll hear you call next time.
Understood. Bye.
Bye. So I was riffing on the idea that some students have reacted in the last 7 days to be very, very anti-AI. And I'm like, that's amazing. That's something I would have never thought of. Why? Because I just live in this office in a soup of AI awesomeness. I go to the hockey rink and I use AI. I go to the bar and I use AI. And I'm like, holy crap, this is the most amazing thing. If I woke up tomorrow and AI was gone, I would just like curl up in a ball and go back to sleep, right? And I couldn't imagine that someone would want to learn without AI. And like, ooh, let me think about that. So I think that the not wanting to learn about AI, I don't. There's a lot of reasons why people dislike AI, and ranging from the sort of semi-rational to the irrational. But I don't care, because as a teacher, I can use that. I can basically say, here's this course, and this course is going to not force you to use AI. So that's the other thing. I'm not going to force anybody to use AI, which means that people can use AI to the extent that they want. And then what I thought about doing, I'll just show you this specific thing. If I go to my online course and I go to Python for Everybody, and I go to the Python for Everybody website, and I look at all the lessons in Python for Everybody. A lot of you have sort of taken this class. This goes with my book. And it turns out that this is really 2 classes. Chapters 1, modules 1 through 11 are the essence of Python. Okay? And so the 1 through 11 are the essence of Python. Regular expressions is just the greatest thing in the whole world, and that's just there. But the rest of these, network programming, web services, object-oriented programming, and databases, and data visualization, are kind of applications of Python. So you kind of need to know everything from 1 to 11 so you can do 13 through 17. But then all of a sudden what you see with this is you see an AI split. So I see an AI split, especially thinking about students. So imagine that we have to teach these first 11 because the assignments in this are so easy that if you use AI, you don't learn anything. And I don't care if you want to pay for a Coursera certificate and use AI and not learn anything. I don't care. Feel free. Feel free. So I'm not going to stop you. I'm not going to become a jailer. I'm not going to put you in jail to force you not to use AI. No way. If you're so foolish as to take a 2-line Python program and make AI write it, then you deserve what's going to happen to you. But back to this. Assume students want to learn, right? So let's do these 11 without using AI. Just, hey, let's do them without using AI. So that actually is the first 2 courses in Coursera. Like I think that stops at like 7 through 11 are the second course in Coursera, and they're the real popular courses. These applications aren't as popular. So watch this. So let's just do the first 11, no AI. And I just challenge you to just do it with no AI, right? And then you have a choice. If you really like AI, I will teach you another course, which is I will give you a course of 1 through 11 using AI for everything. That's going to be a lot shorter course. Now, if you did it without AI, and as a reward, we'll do it again quickly with AI. and I'll teach you how to use AI to solve these really easy problems. Or perhaps we just teach the second half of the course without AI, the way I do now, but also then just teach an AI version of this, right? So I could imagine that a person would take all these 11 with no AI and then just switch to AI for the rest of them. And I, as a teacher, am looking forward to taking the concepts here in networks and packets and all this stuff, right? Some of you have taken this course. Some of you know this stuff because this is course 3 in Coursera. Imagine like if I gave you assignments. Well, I gotta log in. But if I gave you assignments that were easier to do with AI, so like this is the XML, autograder extracting XML, and you're supposed to write some Python. Here's the thing. If you know Python, this right here is not a bad prompt start. So can I convince students to do this without AI, and then as a bonus, let's do it again with AI? Because that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. I'm doing things I could do without AI. Now, if you're a beginner, you don't already have things you can do. But if you then do something here and then you do it with AI, and then you can have the wonder, like, whoa, that took me 3 hours without AI. And it took 20 minutes with AI or 10 minutes with AI. And I think that's such a beautiful opportunity. But again, because of the interaction that I'm going to get from this live, people are going to listen to it and disagree with me and say, you're wrong. And I'm like, thank you. Thank you so much for telling me that I'm wrong. And so my teaching going forward, just like when I learned from a student in a bar in a hotel lobby in Barcelona that I needed to create the master programmer curriculum, and now I need to create the master programmer and the master programmer with AI curriculum. And so like I know what I'm supposed to do now. So okay, let's see. Let me go on to the questions. Hey, now that we got a question in the Discord, let me share this screen. Boom, boom. So question number 1. Let's go back to the original question, which what are thoughts on Claude Code and OpenAI Codex? Would you recommend we try to build software without AI to build up fundamentals? OpenAI Codex or Claude Code? So I use Cursor AI and AI LLMs 10 to 12 hours a day, and I will in a moment show you some of that. I strongly recommend, but I think it's essential that you build projects without it. And you have to just say to yourself, what is the goal or the learning objective of doing it without AI, right? It's not because it's the most efficient or the fastest. It's so that you can later use AI better and use AI well, okay? So, would you recommend we try to build software to build a fundamental? So yes. So I kind of opened, should we learn by vibe coding from the start? No. You should, I don't care if you just try it, but you're not learning it. If you're vibe coding, you're learning nothing. You're learning nothing. I may try something in my second where I use Comet AI. So, yeah, thank you for all. How does the Suns match go? That particular Suns match, Brent can answer that. That particular Suns match, they won, and Brent got, I think, like 3 goals and 2 assists, and they were good goals. And although this weekend he played again, and they didn't win, so because they're a superstar. Brent's like a contributor, but not the single #1 superstar. So, yeah. So I saw somebody typing, but I'll wait for that. Okay. So this AI thing, I thought it was going to be hard to like do something every 2 weeks, but it turns out that I look forward to it. I can't wait until I sit in this room with this microphone and do the next one. I love to talk. It's not hard to talk. And what makes it the most exciting is when I put out a podcast episode and people react to it. I just never realized how cool that was. So that Brent got 4 goals that day. Okay, so that's the Master Programming Podcast. Let me show you something else that I am doing. Discord's got, anything else? What am I missing in Discord? Oh, I see. Isaac is fixing up my Discord while we're waiting. What am I missing on Discord? Oh, there we go. CC free help. Oh, you guys are right. There we go. This is this is April 14th. Hey Scott, I'm a disabled dad. I got this. You sent me this. Yeah. That was a great note that I got from, okay, that's the, So funny thing was, for Scott B 1969, I took acting classes too. I think my most valuable high school class was my theater class. And so there you go. And there's Steve. Hi Steve. I don't know if you're in or not, but Steve has been a long time teaching assistant for me. And So when I do C, the first thing I do in the C class, I agree with what Scott is saying. I mean, what Steve is saying. I agree with what Steve is saying. If you go to all my courses and you look at C Programming for Everybody, you see the first lesson is actually what I call the Rosetta Stone. And it's a lecture that goes through over and over and over again and says, here's what you do in Python, here's what you do in C. And the whole notion of a Rosetta Stone is something I just love. I just love the Rosetta Stone. And so if you look at okay, I'm still doing that. So the Rosetta Stone is just a kind of a meme that I like. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. Got to put that up there. Rosetta Stone is a thing that I like. And so I'm just trying to teach you C as a transformation from one language to another. And so it's just like, here you go, hello world, here's hello world. And it actually takes all of the first few chapters of Python for Everybody and translates them in back and forth. And so if you took Python for Everybody, you will recognize this, right? And so then you see the max min C. And so I love teaching this way because it's leveraging what you've learned before. And so the notion of what Stephen was saying was because some of the examples are in Python and translate them into C. So yeah. So always start with Python. It's the beginning. Okay. So let me show you something else. So some of you have seen these websites. So you can take this on Coursera, you can see it on Free Code Camp, or you can take it, and so when you see these autograders, you see this www.cfay4e, you see Py4e, you can go to these websites. And the same material is there, and it's my commitment to being 100% free all the time. Right? So these lectures are free, always free. You can run the autograder. Coursera charges for all this stuff, and that's okay. Coursera is Coursera. They're their own brand. They're their own revenue models, etc., right? And I always make sure that everything is 100% free. But for those of you who have been looking at this, and Stephen, if you're still watching, well, I know Stephen knows about this because Stephen's been in this course as well. And so let me log out here and show you what my latest game is. So this is my computer architecture for everybody. It's the last course in the curriculum. It's the one I built most recently. And so you go into computer architecture for everybody, and it looks like everything else. It's got lectures, it's got assignments, it's got references, it's got autograders and all these things. It looks the same. But there is a subtle difference. And you may have noticed a subtle difference. This is a recent thing. What I added was tracking, because I think that's one of the things that Coursera does really, really well, and tells you what you need to work on next. And so this is telling me that, I'm 40% done with this and 59% done, and I haven't even started this. So I think that's really a useful concept, right? So I put this in a few months ago. It's just, if you go like into badges, there's this thing, this has been in a long time, where it has these roll-ups of the assignments into badges, and it tells you where you're at. By the way, these courses award badges. And you can even get a credential in LinkedIn. So you do your homework, you finish in this particular one, this is the assignments you got to complete for this one. This is just a Hello World badge. I'm not sure you want to put this into LinkedIn, but you can put this badge into LinkedIn, and then it shows up in your LinkedIn badges. But back to tracking. I always had this thing that were made badges and let you get little images for badges. And so this was a tracker, but I just didn't like this. I wanted to make the tracker be kind of in line with everything, that this Y program is 59% done, right? But then what happened is I did that. Then I wanted to actually teach a class, okay? So then I added a whole bunch of features to this software, which is my own learning management system called Sugi. And so I took a bunch of people, I recruited a bunch of people. Let's go into pages here. And I made it so that when you log in, it becomes a learning management system. And so I have a bunch of pages here like welcome to CA Free Live. So I sent email, and mostly this came, anyone who finished C Programming for Everybody got invited into this beta test of my Computer Architecture for Everybody. So I have a bunch of folks, but what I did is I made it so that, let's make the front page, let's edit this and make it back to the front page. This is the front page now. So I made it so that if you logged in, you saw an equivalent experience to when I'm teaching on campus. And that is, I've got office hours. So every Tuesday, 6 to 7, but not this Tuesday because I'm live streaming this Tuesday, I sit with the students who have enrolled for this, and they have a Zoom link. Because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to create a thing that is more similar to on-campus, how we teach on-campus classes. And there's a deep philosophical idea there, and that is that if you're going to go to the master programmer, you need a deeper commitment to learning. You can't just like take 4 weeks in Coursera and get a certificate. You got maybe a year or two of work to become a master programmer. And the problem with that is if you go at a super slow pace, that year of work becomes 5 years of work, and what's the point? And so if I'm going to push you through this material at a pace that makes it worth your while, I should probably help you. Maybe it's not me, maybe it's teaching assistants, maybe it's talented University of Michigan undergraduate students that we pay to be your teaching assistants. And so what I'm trying to do is come up with a model by which maybe you pay a little more for a course, but you have 20 to 30 hours of teaching assistants, and they'll get in Zoom with you and help you, which means that we're committed to your success. Because what I've learned over many years of teaching is that the number of students who completely lean on the teaching assistants to get their homework done is less than 1 in 100. It's really sad when they do that. They just kind of come and say, I'm lost, and then they get help. And then they come in 1 hour later, say, I'm lost, and get help. Rare. Annoying, but rare. The average student does fine. Then once every 3 or 4 weeks, they get so lost. Not because they don't know something, but because somehow they just missed it. And so the idea is in that moment of your stress, where you're stuck on something, chances are you might even not be reading the screen correctly. And if you get help from someone in a Zoom or maybe a Discord, if you get help from someone and that unlocks you in that moment, then you go back going speedily through the material. But if we don't do that, if we don't make tech support, professional tech support available to you all around the world, and so again, this is why I'm making a Discord. That's going to be tech support in the Discord class, in the Discord for the class. If I don't help you and you're working on a year-long effort that you've paid $300 a course for, and you get stuck, then it ain't worth $300. The reason you're paying $300 is for my and my staff's commitment to your success. So if it's Coursera, it's like it's all on you to be successful. Too bad. We gave you a thing. It was free. It was like $70. Too bad if you get stuck. Not going to help. You pay $300, you get stuck, we'll help. And I will have 20 hours or 40 hours of scheduled time that you show up Tuesday at 6 o'clock, you're going to get help. And that's what we do on campus, is we basically give them 15 weeks. We're like 2 weeks away from the final exam, so all my poor students are like, ah! Well, when they get stuck, we help them because we push so much at them and we make them work so hard. And so part of the exchange of value for the cost that they pay the university is I put pressure on them, but then we got to help them when they need help. And so that's an important part of it. And so if we take a look at this computer architecture for everybody, we see that this is a prototype of a future course that will cost you $300 and be staffed by University of Michigan teaching assistants, except that this is a beta test and there is no cost. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to figure out the right way to interact at scale. So I interact with 400 students a semester, and I've got that figured out. Those students are all in Ann Arbor. We are all in the same time zone. How do I do this at scale? How does it work? So this experiment in computer architecture for everybody, and by the way, if you need the Discord link, you just go to cafree.com, log in, and you'll notice there's a Discord link up at the top. And so when there's a threaded discussion, and I do tech support in here, right? So students are working on it right now. Zivi, I don't know if Zivi's on. He's got a time zone that's a European, Middle Eastern time zone. And so they were complaining. So both Tim and Zivi were complaining. And so they were working on an assignment. And this assignment it's coming up. So now we have due dates. So all these things are due dates. We have a syllabus. If you go to the syllabus, you see the course outline. And these are the due dates of all the material. So I've layered a schedule on top of an otherwise free course that is it's self-paced, but then if you want, you participate in due dates. Now here's an interesting thing. So here you see it changed between Pi for E, which I'm taking self-paced, and it's just not caring. It's just saying, here's how complete you are, you know. But if you look at computer architecture for everybody, it's like, I'm late on this bit now. 2 days ago I wasn't late, but now I am late, so I got homework to do. I got to build a full adder. I got all this stuff done, but I got to build my full adder. Now, they were talking in that threaded discussion about the following week, because Zivvy's always ahead. He's done with that already, so we got to go here. The assignment is lowercasing a string. Part of the reason I'm doing this, hey, we can switch to camera 3. Look, there's camera 3. Hi, everybody on camera 3. That's your overhead camera. Now, if I go to 4, I can split screen. No, I went 3, 4, split screen. Oh, does it only split screen 1? I didn't know how that worked. Okay, well, there's camera 3. Hi, everybody on camera 3. We'll go to 4 and split screen. Okay, so Zibby was having trouble with this, right? So this is a hard problem. This is machine language. That you got to learn that these little these ones and zeros. So this is, again, one of those. This is the last class in the master programmer, right? So let me turn on the assembler. We're not really going to learn this stuff. Load my lowercase assignment. Okay, and so the bug was, if we go back to the bug was they got the right answer to this assignment, but it took too long. And I fixed it this morning. So it's got an autograder, and you're supposed to, so this new fast mode was the thing I built this morning. Oh, wait a sec. Oh, I forgot to assemble it. Got to assemble it and load it. Now I should be able to grade it. Start grading. So I finished it, but it wasn't working. It actually wasn't working. So let me show you how I fixed it. So complaining correctly. Beta testing is probably the best way to think about this, right? Because they're beta testing my stuff. And it proves that I didn't do that homework in my tester. But let me show you something. So that's our first live coding bit. Wait a sec. Where did my agent go? No. Crapperoo. What? Did I lose it? Well, Can I see previous agent interactions? I lost one. It's going to say, no, once you delete it, you're doomed. No. Oh, wait. Where was it? Okay, here we go. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so let me just sort of talk to you a little bit about vibe coding now. This entire piece of software, which has got a machine language assembler, an execution model, all this stuff. It's got narrating execution. I can turn this on and tell it to start.
PC0x00, clear X register, PC0x01, load accumulator from app.
Like that narration, the fact that that narrates, I built that in Cursor. So this is a tool. This CDC 6504 tool has all that source code, JavaScript, PHP, all a bunch of stuff, right? So this morning, I got this complaint from Tim in it, and this code, CDC 6504, was mostly written by AI. So I just came in this morning and I dragged this folder in so it knows what we're talking about. And I said, does this have a time limit when grading? Students are saying this. And then I cut and pasted Tim's exact comment into AI. Right? Now, again, if you're trying to think about vibe coding, that seems easy. But the reason it's easy for me is that I'm talking to a peer. I know what that peer is good at. I know that that peer is good like me. It's just a faster version of me. But I know what it's going to do. So I know how to poke it the right way. But at the end of the day, it still surprises me because I just take words, just like when I did the vibe coding challenge. I take words that come from other people and it works. And so this is, I'm using, I don't know what agent I'm using here. So then it says, I asked it a question. I didn't tell it to write code. I said, tell me what's going on here. And so it wrote me, I think this is right. And it does. It has a 5-second time on just what they're saying. Blah, 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 blah. How would you like to do this? Do you want to just make it run longer or do you want to run faster? And I said, make it run faster. And so it did. So it used to be that when this ran, when this thing ran, it did like 1 instruction per second. And then it timed out at 5 seconds, which is a bad idea. Oh, crap. I just got rid of my cursor. Come back, cursor. Come on. There we go. Okay. And so it did it, and it made it fast, and I literally tested it. And I tested it was right. And then I said, keep that fast thing. Add a note about fast mode. So if you go in here and you see the assignment, see this grading runs in fast mode? I didn't write that. Vibe Coding wrote that. Pretty cool, huh? And I said, okay, let's let it run for 3 minutes in fast mode, just in case. Was it 3 minutes I wanted? Yeah, 3 minutes. Maybe that's too long. Maybe I'll change that. Okay, I'll change that. Let's make the cap be a minute with fast mode. Infinite loops should not run too long. So I've rethought it since I did this morning. Just 1 minute. Okay. So it's going to adjust fast mode grading cap to 1 minute and change the note, then recheck it. So it's going to compile everything and test it. This is a real easy thing. So you see what it changed. We can go look at the diffs. It's still working in the index because it's changing the message. So if I look at the exercises, it's changed this code, that line. I can go to the next. It's showing me every change it made. I can see every change it made. I'll keep everything. Let's review the next file. And in, the emulator, it made a change. It made just one change. It changed it to 60 seconds, which I like. Let's look at the next file. And in this file, it only changed one thing, and it was just changing the message. So now if I run this on localhost, in my developer environment, what? Can't type. Let's go into lessons. Let's go into CP design and machine code. Let's go to this lowercase of string. Let's show the assembler. Let's load my solution that I had from before. Let's put it into memory. And now let's run it. See, up to 1 minute. Let's start grading. It's going to go so fast that the minute has nothing to do with anything. Yep, I pass it. So again, I'll just push that up into production, and it'll switch from 3 minutes to 1 minute. So that gives you like a little, I mean, I did that this morning, and what's really like just as a teacher, it's like living in the future where I can sit and have an interaction with one of my students, and then I can use AI to change the code, and then I can upgrade production. I mean, no other teacher in the world has that. So I got this beta test. I'm teaching with software that's all mine. I can change it any day. I'm not using Canvas. I'm not using Moodle. I'm not even using Sakai. I'm using a thing that I'm the only user of. I built a learning management system that's all mine. And I can change the code of it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If I break it, I know whose fault it is. It's mine. And so this right here, where I am changing the software, talking to my students. Now, you see all kinds of features in here. Oops, come back. There's an announcements feature. There's a discussions feature. There's a calendar feature. All these features I put in the last 90 days. Oh, I have a leaderboard feature. So this is like gamification. I put all these features in the last 90 days, except that I'm teaching. Oh, I'm not showing you. I need to show you those features again. So here we go. I made a discussions tool. I made it, and I'm using it with the students, and I find things that I don't like, and I change it. I haven't made an announcement in a while. Gradebook, got that. Calendar, got that. Do you know how long it took me to write this calendar? It literally took me 2.5 hours. I have built calendar systems that take months to build. This is all vibe coded. Absolutely everything vibe coded. Could I write a calendar tool? Sure. But now I'm building a learning management system. This is a page tool. For those of you who use Canvas, some of this looks mildly familiar. Because actually Canvas's pages tool was stolen from Sakai's wiki tool. So I stole it back. And so I got this page editor, and I got like a history. Canvas doesn't have a history, but I can see the diffs. Oop, I don't want to restore it. I built this because this is a wiki thing. This is like Sakai's wiki that was there before. Oops, go back. Like this diff. That's not in Canvas. It's in me. You'll never know. You'll never guess how long it took to write that diff code. Yes, less than an hour. All of it. Probably the Pages tool, the entire Pages tool, everything about it I've got 5 hours into. And it's a better Pages tool than Canvas. And I think it's a better tool than the Sakai Wiki tool. It's probably the best Pages. Well, I think Canvas has a couple of features I don't have yet, but for what it does, it's better than Canvas. And I'm using it every day with my students. Like my course outline is just a page that happens to be, the course front page is just a page. I'm having so much fun. Badges. Oh, we got more badges. Cool badge. I got badges for computer architecture. What else do I got? Oh, so that whole badge thing. This badge stuff, this metadata for these badges, these are standards. Open Badges 2, that's a credential. These are, what am I doing? Where is it? Oh, here. This is a really complex JSON with signatures and stuff. I barely wrote that. I just used AI. There are badging things that are tens of thousands of dollars per year, and I made my own. Again, because I'm using AI. Okay. So back to here. Oh, look at this. Oh, this is more fun to show you on Python for Everybody. I built my own analytics tool. I built this a while back. This shows how many people are looking at their badges pages over time. Well, I think I built the badges tool about a month ago, so no one was using it the same way, but now you can put your badges in LinkedIn and you see people doing that. That's kind of cool. So I built an analytics tool. I'm having so much fun. Assignments. Oh, this was brand new. Oh, here's a cool feature that I'll show you. So remember I said that there were two ways to look at this material. One is, this is a self-paced view, and this is a scheduled view. Okay? If you go to assignments, assignments. If you go to assignments, now it's telling you in a very, like, what you got to work on, links to everything, and this is late. Let's just say that you'd fallen behind in this class and you just aren't, you tried to keep up, but you fell behind. And you just wanted to switch to self-paced because you're being yelled at, you're getting told you're late all the time. This is something, the teacher, that's a teacher button, but this is a student button. So now what I did, I just said, you know, you're teaching this class with a bunch of other students, but I want to go self-paced. So don't be telling me so there's no lates on this anymore. There's no due soon, there's no late, right? But then you're like, oh, I want to join a cohort. I like it. I do want to join a cohort. I'll go to assignments, and I'll say, show me my due dates. Now, you didn't lose any data doing that. It's really just a view. It's a perspective on your own interaction with this system. So there you go. Okay, let me check to see if there's anything new in Discord, which I bet there's not. I don't remember how many we have. This is tiring. Should not run too long in the prompt. Yeah. Okay. Oh, we got some good questions. Hi, Ashley. Are we? Yep, you're seeing it. Hey, Chuck, I finished your course. I'm thinking about tackling an intro to algorithms when I'm ready by writing in D. I don't know what, I'm also learning D as a beginner. Do you think it's a good idea? So I don't know what D is. I should probably go look it up. I'm guessing it's just a cool language. If it's your first language, so first thing, I would not ever suggest an intro to algorithms class as your first exercise, because that's kind of like joining the priesthood. When you're learning algorithms, that means you're kind of moving towards a computer scientist, and that's not a bad idea. It's just, it's a bad first encounter. The key problem is that if you take an algorithms class and you start feeling stress, you start getting tunnel vision, and you lose what is beautiful about an algorithms class. And so if you're having trouble with an algorithms class, toggle garbage collector opt-in sounds like a bit like Rust. Then it's a little kind of it's like Rust with one step up. It could be. I mean, the one thing I don't like about Python is it doesn't have curly braces. But so I don't know. I think that if I was recommending to any beginner, I'd say if you're less than 9th grade, you should learn Scratch, and if you're over 9th grade, you should learn Python. And until you really rock Python, you know, starting in another language might seem cool, and you may be hearing a bunch about Rust or D or whatever. Learn the foundations, which are Python, and then you can learn that stuff. I think you made a mistake. Should not run too long in the prompt. What's cool is I make mistakes in my prompts all the time, and it gets me. I'm so frustrated when I write typos, but it doesn't. And then I stop it and fix the typos, but it already figured out what my typos were, figure out what I meant to say. I sometimes will challenge AI and say, what am I going to ask for next? And it goes like, well, given the pattern of what you've been working on, I think you're going to ask for unit tests now. And I'm like, yep, let's do unit tests. So making mistakes, it's as long as you know what's going on and you got most of your idea in the prompt, the quest for a perfect prompt, which is what vibe coders would tell you, it's all about the prompt. It's all about the specification. Now, if you're peer programming, the peer on the other side is smart enough to understand where you're coming from. So, Scott B, 1969, you're validating what I said AI is best used for, making good developers more productive and efficient, not replacing them. So it will reduce the number of developers because if I were to start a startup right now, or let's just say, what if we were going to start a startup to, I think it was Brent and I, or maybe it was my brother and I were driving and talking about this. Let's just say you wanted to build a minimum viable product of an Uber-like product with a mobile application and sending drivers and collecting money and stuff. You know, yeah, this is my brother. As we were going down to the racetrack, yeah, last Friday or last Thursday. We were talking about the need for developers. And imagine that you were going to start a Uber company and you wanted to build a minimum viable product to start getting your first few customers. Hello, dog. You want to come in here? Hi, Shelby. She just got groomed. You're such a pretty girl. Here, let me see if I can show you. Let's go to camera 2. Here, let's show the dog. Hi, Shelby. No, stay here, Shelby. There you go. That's a dog. Hello, Shelby. Welcome to my stream. You are artificially fluffy. Oh, there you go. Okay. Shelby has left the building. Okay, we can turn that back this way. So there we go. Back to camera 1. So, back to the number of employees that are needed, right? 10 years ago, if you were going to build Uber, you would need to go raise, let's just say, enough for 50 people for 3 years. So if you just say 50 people, 100,000, that's 5 million times 3, 15 million. So before you could even start imagining a startup, you have to create a slide deck and you got to pitch somebody. Yeah, okay, we got the right camera. You got to pitch somebody to get $15 million. Because if you don't have $15 million, you're not going to make it. You're not going to make 3 years. It's going to take you that long just to get basic stuff done. The problem today is if you take 5 really good software developers and AI, you could probably build a rough approximation to Uber in 3 months, maybe 5 months. And so if that's 5 $200,000 people for 6 months, it's $500,000. There's a lot of people who could keep their day job and build an Uber clone with 5 of their close friends part-time in 6 months. And it's not so much about an Uber clone. It's about what is the next innovative piece of software that's going to be written and people are going to get rich off of. The point is the investment now goes from $15 million to $500,000 part-time. And you may think that's silly, but I know people doing it. I know people who are using AI so effectively that they're doing the equivalent of a 5 to 6 to 10 person startup by themselves, part-time. So we can explore so many more potential innovative products, and the need for venture capital is way lower. And venture capital would basically choose. Pick you, pick you, pick you. Now, venture capital doesn't get to choose. Any 5 people can work part-time and make a startup with zero investment from elsewhere. And I just don't think we've begun to see how that's going to flip. But the downside of that is, among those 100 people that $15 million startup needed, there were some people that could be beginners. The problem is in my new model of 5 people, 6 months, you got to be good before you start. There is no 10% of your employees that can be beginners. So it's tough. And that doesn't mean that there's no place for beginners. It just means that we don't need as many as we ever did before. So we'll have to see how that works. Let's see. Good point, Chuck. Since I've taken your Py4E, I didn't think that you attempt in Python. Oh, well, no, you can. Okay, if you already took, I wasn't saying you shouldn't try it in D. I was not saying you shouldn't try an algorithms class in D. And I like being C-like. It sounds like it might be a language I would really like, because I don't like Rust so much. And I know that sounds tacky. What I really want is a language that has a C-like syntax, but Python-like semantics, right? And so maybe D is a great language. I guess I should take a look at. Let me just bring up the D language. D programming. Hello, dog. She hears me talking and she figures she should be part of the conversation. Oh, there goes the dog again. D-lang dot. Oh, C-lang, D-lang. Yeah, like C-lang. Uh-oh. Well, wait, I got to show you what I got going here. Boom. Yeah, there we go. Now you see it. Okay, support the D language. Yeah, this looks like it's got a lot of JavaScript influences as well. So this is kind of like maybe someone would have to argue whether or not the D language is more about JavaScript and more about JavaScript and but whether or not it's good to do algorithms and data structures in this, I don't know. I don't know. One of the weird, just looking at this simple example here. How to explain? So if I look at my one SQL class, Postgres for Everybody. This is a class that I can start with SQL and finish with SQL. And I love this class, and I love SQL. And one of the things that I tell students when I'm teaching SQL is there is a really strong reason why SQL is not the first course. And that is that SQL is such a beautiful programming language that if you learn SQL and then you try to learn Python after you learn SQL, you will kind of like reject Python. You'll say SQL is beautiful and Python is hard. Because SQL, you say what you want to happen, and Python, you say how you want it done. And if you can use SQL and you say what you want to happen, it's nice. The problem is that the energy, effort, and innovation that was required as an investment for SQL, $5 trillion to make database technology. I don't know, just making up a number. And the problem with SQL is if you're doing something in its sweet spot, it's magnificent. But it's not a completely general purpose language. And so you think that just because you've never run into something SQL doesn't do well, that doesn't mean there's not things that SQL doesn't do well. And so what I like to do is teach Python where it eventually can do everything. And SQL can't eventually do everything, at least not elegantly. But learn SQL and use it for what it does, which is data modeling and speedy and caching. And there are just so many things that it does so well. So we go back then to D. Where did my D language go? I got too many tabs up here. Gotta start closing some tabs. Oh, here's the D language. So this thing right here, stdin byline map, that is basically a way to not write loops. And this is a thing that is all the rage in languages like Java, script, and then Java. And so if you look at JavaScript and Java, and you see these kind of like, these are very SQL-like, this whole byline and map. This makes an iterator, and the iterator's got a map which is applied to each of the items in the iterator. And then that map makes a new thing, which then is a new iterator, and then .each reads the iterator, and WriteLine writes out all the lines. So what this is this is a way to express a loop without being a loop, and it's very SQL-like. And what happens is it's when you start thinking about algorithms, it's dangerous if you have people who think this is the ultimate expression of an algorithm. Now, it's a long conversation about exactly how efficient this is. And for things like the stuff we do in web servers, it's efficient enough as long as you don't make really bad mistakes. But there's things going on here about things that are being created and consumed and thrown away, etc., that are all implicit. And I'm not saying you can't write good code this way. What I'm saying is that you can write good code this way and you can write bad code this way. The problem is it'll look the same to you. There's no way that I can, unless I get really good at this, that I can say that's a well-written loop. Because there's too many ways to write a successful loop that does what you want, but a well-written loop. And so it's really hard to reason about the efficiency and performance of this. You have to learn a lot more about the efficiency and performance of this, like if you have two maps or. So again, this is very JavaScript oriented, and I have friends and they write this all the time, and it's both in Java and JavaScript. I don't know. I think it masks too much and moves programming languages, which are NP complete, they're Turing complete. You can do anything in a programming language, but at some level there's a moment in programming languages, especially in an algorithms class, where you should begin to understand the efficiency, right? What is the efficiency of a thing? And so, and the other problem then is let's just say you have to write a tree algorithm. Let me go find a tree algorithm in C programming for everybody. Tree maps, hash maps. Let's go here. Let's bring this up from C programming for everybody. This is a different lecture in C programming for everybody. Right, so this is a really hard, this is I mean, this is the second to the last class. In some ways, the architecture class is an easy class after you've done the C class. And this is some nasty code. But once you've mastered it, you're not afraid of everything, right? There's an iteration, there's iterators. So I was talking about how this thing returns an iterator. Well, this shows you, oop, come back, boop, boop, boop. This is how you make iterators. Literally, this is an iterator. We implement an iterator. So the question is, should you, as a data structures class, should you learn how to make an iterator, or should you just be shown the quickest, dirtiest way to do iterators? This is like walking through an algorithm. So the question is, what if you were left on a deserted island and they took map away from you? And the answer is, I'll just wait until someone comes along in a boat and brings map back. And the answer is, if you, Argonaut 3, yeah, you must have done it. It was tough. This is tough. I mean, I have to think it through. I have to draw pictures when I do this stuff. I mean, that's why I give you these pictures in these lectures, because it's hard for me. And I have to make it so you can access the complexity of it all, right? And so you say, I don't need to know any of this stuff, right? Why do you even do this? Why did you do any of this stuff? Because there's map, and then there's includes standard.tree or whatever. So this is the problem I have with data structures when the language is too powerful. And so that's where a data structure class in C is just such a low level thing, and you have full responsibility for everything. So how did the map thing get written? It got written with language like this. So I'm not saying don't do it, and the reason that I'm 100% saying do it is if you can do it and you enjoy it as you're doing it, that's what matters more than how much you're going to learn. This is not a shortcut. It's not a shortcut to learning ultimately what data structures really are. But if you are learning a broader set of data structures and different sort of algorithms, if you're enjoying algorithms, that's the biggest problem of algorithms classes. It's the biggest problem of hardware classes too. It's the biggest problem of architecture classes, is they're taught in a way that doesn't lead to your joy. Doesn't mean it's not hard once in a while. It's just you have to feel joy every assignment you finish. You should feel a sense of accomplishment and a sense of mastery and a sense of understanding, rather than just a sense of I lived through that and I'm never going to look at that again. I've talked to so many people who have taken hardware classes and they say that was the crappiest class I ever took, and I don't remember anything from it. And I'm like, oh, so sad. I remember so much. I'm no good at hardware, but I remember my hardware classes, and I remember the parts of them that brought me joy. And so that's where your D class and your algorithms class in D is a great idea. But if the way it goes is it's being brutal, I mean, if they're trying to be like all hardcore in D and say this is a great algorithms, detailed algorithm, it's not. There's just no good way to make a detailed algorithms class when you have such high level primitives. And automated garbage collection is essential, but it masks a lot of the difficulty of what goes on. So let's see. I saw someone said that D was, who said it? Someone said that D was the love child of Rust and Go? Or was that in Discord? Oh, there we go. Mojo. Oh, Mojo is a different thing. Yeah, I think I would love D. Although the whole map thing bothers me a little bit. Mojo is the love child of Rust and Python. Oh, Mojo, huh? Oh, Mojo programming language. Yeah. Mojo programming language. No. Mojo AI. Ah, everything's AI now. Mojo. Oh, programming. Oh, okay. Yeah. Problem with languages like this is the same as the language like Scala. So if you look at Scala, Scala was, in effect, trying to be a better Java than Java. Okay? So like 2004, I wonder if I can find, hey, let's talk to ChatGPT. I'm going to say, oh, let's talk to this way. Can you find me a graph that shows the hype cycle of Scala, when it was started, when it was cool, and when it started to fall from favor? I don't really care if it does I don't even really care if it does a graph or not. Right. 2004, 2009, it was built quietly. And then 2010 through 2016, and this time was when a lot of Coursera got rewritten in Scala because everybody thought about it, adopted it. Like it turns out that LinkedIn, Coursera hired some people from LinkedIn, and so all of a sudden they had to write everything in Scala. It was just like the future, right? So 2005, 2015, 16, 14 was when I was going out to Coursera and getting my Coursera tattoos. Let's go show the Coursera tattoo. Oh, wow. I think I can go to camera 2 and I can show you my Coursera tattoo up front. There it goes. See? There's my Coursera tattoo. That's one good thing about camera 2 is I can show tattoos. So let's go back there and get that up. So yeah, and that's when, so 2010 through 2016 was when I went out and hung out at Coursera and got my Coursera tattoo, and they were doing Scala. I didn't write any Scala. I gave them a bunch of Java libraries because Scala could talk to it. So the peak is 2015, 2016, which is after Coursera converted a lot of their stuff to Coursera. And then crap, it just, and then, so all these people after 2016, so I would say that to some degree, there's something that's kind of missing here. Yeah. Let's see if it, okay. Yeah. So, okay. So another thing was, how about Java? Let me talk to it. So tell me a little bit about how Scala showed the way and Java stole Scala ideas and just made them part of Java. Because this is the important lesson here. Oh, go. Right. It did R&D for Java, and then some of the things it did were good, and then Java quietly adopted them. Okay, so lambdas, map reduce, we were talking about map and reduce, that was Scala in Java. That was like the ideas of lambdas, maps, and reduces, which are coming in Python and they're in JavaScript, and Java didn't have it, and then so Java got scared of Scala, right? And so Java's like, I need to add this stuff, and so all of a sudden, Java 8 introduces the map. So there you go. So Scala thinking stolen, right? Oh, optional. I don't even like this in Java, the optional thing. Yeah, it does it. Yeah, it's more awkward. Don't force the ecosystem to change. Yeah. So again, you see these things where Java won because it was safer. Yeah. And so you see these things, and you see stuff where there's a threat to Python, and then it goes away. So let's ask another question. Let's ask, this is a question that I asked to Guido van Rossum, but he didn't agree with me. Doesn't mean he's wrong. Doesn't mean he's wrong or I'm wrong. Okay. Talk a little bit about the fact that Python 2 did not have Unicode, and Ruby did have Unicode because it was created initially in Japan. And to what extent do you think that the move from Python 2 to Python 3 with Unicode as the default string representation was based on a potential threat from the increasing adoption of Ruby because of its more natural use internationally? So I asked Guido at his house when I did the interview for C Programming for Everybody, I said, when you did Python 3, okay, here we go. So this fits with what Guido told me. When you did Python 3, were you worried about Ruby? And ChatGPT says the change is the more just was people in Python 3 wanted Unicode rather than Ruby was going to take over your market share, right? And so yeah, so there we go. Was Ruby a threat to Python? But indirectly, Ruby on Rails did something important. Happiness is central value. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with this. That the real thing was just Unicode support in Python 2 was nasty. And of course, Python predated the web, and the Unicode adoption, I think, was late 2000s when everything switched. So there's Guido van Rossum. So, not true. Chuck's view is Python 3 happened because Ruby was winning. Python 2 stole some stuff, from it, but Python succeeded. Same reason. Yeah. Oh yeah, the science ecosystem of Python. Ruby didn't force Python to change. Ruby helped reveal that the world was changing, and that Unicode was an essential thing. Scala, Java, Ruby, Python, small talk to everything. Small talk again. These are like failure to success. The failure that shows the way to success, right? Small talk to everything. Actually, if you take my class, Django for Everybody, I talk about, let's see if I can find that. Boop, 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 boop. I got way too many tabs here. Let's go to Django for Everybody, take a look at the course. Object-oriented programming in JavaScript. So let's take a look at this. If you've seen my object-oriented lectures, I like to have the same lecture with slightly different syntax, same everything, cookie cutters, etc., etc. Do I say small talk in here? I don't say small talk. Well, so it turns out that if you look at the object orientation in JavaScript, it is different. It is beautiful, but it's kind of interpreted. It does an interpreter, but this is going back to the Scala hype cycle, that Smalltalk influenced everything, but it was not successful. Smalltalk was a beautiful language that was super internally consistent, but it wasn't practical. So, Ruby, interestingly, I taught a Ruby class. I taught a Ruby class in 2007, 2008, and I say that Ruby was the easiest programming language I ever taught. It was a beautiful, beautiful programming language. I would say that, I'm not saying it's the best programming language, but Ruby was I could teach anybody Ruby in a week, seriously. And that's why Ruby on Rails was so successful, because you could take someone that didn't know anything. I mean, I would say the most productive web development class I ever had was the Ruby class. The problem is that in that Ruby class, nobody wanted to go into production with it, and so there were no companies that were willing to go into production with Ruby. And so even if I taught a Ruby class, it would be difficult. So difficult to get a job. So that's when I switched to PHP, and I taught PHP for a long time, and that's web applications for everybody, right? Web applications for everybody. So I taught Ruby, then I taught web applications for everybody, which of course is a PHP class. And then the next class I taught was, they didn't want me to teach PHP anymore, so I made that into a Coursera class. And then I made Django for everybody, which is what I teach today on campus at the University of Michigan. So, yeah. So let me just show you for a second. Let me show you just a second, what I love about Ruby. Show me a simple Ruby loop using each. So this is not that different than this each is really cool because it's an implicit loop, and it's kind of like for in Python, which is elegant as well. I don't know, I just like this better. So numbers is a list. Each implies we're going to run a loop, and the body of the loop is due to end, and the iteration variable is num. I just think that's the right semantics, right? And that's because Python was imitating C, whereas Ruby just didn't care. And so then you start seeing this thing about numbers.each. Well, show how each and map, how each in Ruby and map in JavaScript are related. Oh, but you see I screwed up, but it doesn't care. Right. And so this is why I don't like map, because I'm always worried about the memory impact of a map. Right? So this is why I liked Ruby, is I could predict what the memory impact. Now numbers isn't a list or an array, whatever you want to call it, but I do know that this is going to go through each one, whereas the map is getting a whole new array. Right? Now the map people would say, if I said that the map pattern was wasteful of memory, and you wanted to convince me otherwise, What would you say? So I'm putting words in its mouth. And I'm not asking it to disagree with me. I'm asking it to, I'm not asking it to agree with me. I'm asking it to disagree with me. What would you say? Yeah. The code is okay. 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 I don't quite like this. I mean, I know what I wanted it to argue with me about. Yeah. The whole reason about and test. Yeah. Weird bugs. Yeah, there's a notion of setting something and not resetting it. So it spends money to buy meaning. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let me see if I got any more questions. It's been 2.5 hours straight. It had not been easy. Oh, I still got to commit that code. Okay, I'll commit that later. So let's see how many we got. Wow, we got 29 concurrent viewers. That's awesome. Okay. I thought we were down to 2 because I've been so boring. But I'm hoping people are joining, etc., and leaving. Okay. Let's check if I got any questions. And then I'm going to kind of move into a different phase to make it a little easier on myself. But let's go into Discord. Thanks, Isaac. Oh, I wrote the, yeah. When I wrote the insert algorithm for D, I used for and a while loop. What if I stick to writing loops and while loops in D for the data structures book that work? Yeah, well, and I have a saying, Ashley, about that. And that is a good Fortran programmer can program Fortran in any language. And so if you're willing to not just pull in a library and have it do the hard work, and you're willing to do the hard work, and it just so happens that D is a convenient way to do that, I'm fully supportive of that strategy. Like what point in time should I transition to a language like D? If the world wants it, right? The world will decide. You know, you can't look at the language like, is Scala better? That's irrelevant. It didn't make it. Scala didn't make it. So I'm not going to teach a Scala class. I'm not saying you shouldn't go learn Scala, but don't learn Scala expecting it's going to get you a job. PHP gets people jobs. Django gets people jobs. That's the kind of crufty, crappy bits that are out there. I mean, I find PHP beautifully messy, and I find Django messy. It's got some beautiful things in it, but I'm just like, if I had to write everything in Django, so I don't know. I think it's great to learn. There's never a bad time to learn. So, okay, where are we going here? Wow, we got all kinds of things happening here. Oh no, that's just for getting logos. Yeah. Oh, let me show you this. I wanted to show you this. So this was a really cool, this gives you an example of what I was talking about before. When I was talking about how I want to have a closer relationship with my students. Not every student on every assignment, but there is moments where it's really cool. And so this student was taking my CA for E, Computer Architecture for Everybody. And this was like a bug report. And they did it one way, which you'll see in a bit, And it was a bug. And I did it a different way. And my stuff worked. And then what I did was, I was asking them to show what was going on at each of these locations and show me a picture of that. And then they showed me a picture, let's see. So this was how I made it work. Here's the same layout, which broke. And so we're going around and round, right? We're just pasting screenshots. And all these are legitimate, valid VLSI layouts for transistors and metal and all this stuff. This is all stuff that's like making little traces that are a few microns wide. And I finally figured it out. And that was that if a voltage went from a piece of metal to this piece of polysilicon and then on to something else and back up and down, it went kind of up and down between layers too many times, it broke my autograder. And that's really cool. And so I love it when students are doing a good job and they need help. Because just imagine what would have happened if this person, John J63, that's the right answer, okay? And if my software blew up on a right answer and they couldn't appeal to me and say, dude, your stuff's blowing up, that is really, really bad. And it's really, really bad because I had a bug. So not only do I not get feedback if I don't make myself available, I don't get feedback, but then they might as well quit the class because they're 2/3 of the way through the class and they think they're wrong. It would be so easy for this student to think, well, the great Dr. Chuck wrote a thing. He could make no mistakes. It must be me, knowing that it's right. Luckily, I fixed the bug. And then Stephen comes in and said, look, here's my version. Stephen made his version like my version, which worked because it just didn't cause the bug, right? And then we have a debate about what John 63 was thinking when they did it, because ultimately this whole thing is like art. So this is joyful. This is just like joyful. And a key thing for me is it becomes joyful when you're learning and that sharing. It doesn't mean I have to talk to John 63 24 hours a day and tell him what to click. So someone said, I'm looking to do VLSI and chip design myself. Well, you came to the right place. Let me show you about VLSI and chip design. Go to Computer Architecture for Everybody. Boink. So if you go in here, Thicalo, and you go in and you go, it turns out that VLSI is really early in my hardware class. The harder stuff is the machine language than a VLSI design. So we'll build a NOR gate, gate with CMOS transistors. Let's do that. Okay. No, I don't want to do that. I want to do VLSI. I'm on the wrong chair. Oh, I got to go. That was just transistors. I'm going to do not a NAND gate with VLSI layout. So we're going to VLSI it. Okay, I gotta give some background. Okay, so what is VLSI design for those people who don't know? So transistors are things. Whoa, I have a transistor I can show you somewhere. Come here, transistor. Where'd you hide back there? Where did transistor go? Oh, it's right up here. Right up here. Let's go. It's back here. Hi, we're on camera 3. We're reaching back, and now we're going to go to camera 2. See? Look at that. It's a transistor. Look how pretty it is. This is not just any transistor. This is the Fairchild 2N1613 planar transistor that led to entire VLSI layout innovation. Okay? So, pretty damn cool, right? Pretty damn cool that you got this little transistor that changed everything. eBay is so fun. I went crazy and bought all these little things off of eBay. So you get these big chip layouts that were done using chemistry, using what's called photolithography. So to make a circuit, you would make a black and white transparent thing where the lines that you wanted, we're going to draw metal and little silicon bits, etc. And then you use light and chemistry to reduce it to really tiny stuff. Oh shoot, I don't even have I don't have one of my, yeah, it's in storage. I don't have my wafer, but you end up with this thing called a wafer. And a wafer has lots of chips on it. And this is actually a wafer with 6502 microprocessors. And I bought this, and the best pictures I could find were this guy on eBay. So I asked him, I said, can I just use the pictures on the eBay thing that I bought from you? And so yes, they did. So this is basically making transistors. And so this is a series of increasing details of zooms. So you find that ultimately, if you really look at this stuff closely, there's just little tiny wires. So the question is, how do you make this thing that is light projected through it to make a physical thing? So you use light and chemistry to make a physical thing, right? And so it turns out that VLSI layout needs to just take various things, and there's multiple layers, and each layer has a color, right? And so one of the cool things I do, and I used AI to write this, by the way. Boom, I don't need that anymore. I don't need that anymore. I don't need the tree map anymore. I don't need that anymore. Okay, where did my browser go? Hello, browser, come back. There's got to be more browser. There we go. Okay. So, this is a tool. This is a tool that is not unlike a tool that people use to actually build real VLSI layouts. And the weirdest thing about it is you are creating patterns that are going to be turned into masks that are going to project onto tiny chips. So at this moment where this is the coolest thing ever, one of my favorite things in grad school. At this moment where you are drawing them, it's like a paint program. And so if I make a mistake, I can just erase it. I can erase this much, but then I can go put some more metal and connect them back together, right? And it doesn't matter the order in which I made these things, because ultimately this turns into a piece of film. And then it's projected and the chemicals happen. So it's so empowering. So if you look at back to Discord, it doesn't matter the order in which anything of these things were drawn. And I love that. I just love it. It's a paint program. It's like drawing art, and you can erase it. So let me just show you a NOR. So you see, I was just fooling around, but I can clean it up by erasing. Whoop! I erased it. Okay, so it turns out that if you want to make a transistor, you got to take this, what's called p-doped silicon, and then overlay it with what's called polysilicon. So there's three kinds of silicon. There's n-doped silicon in this particular technology. There's n-doped silicon, there's polysilicon, and p-doped silicon. And I just made two transistors. And the reason is that these things are built in layers. So you can see, because they're built from the bottom up, as different exposures happen, as different you expose a thing, and then you lay a layer down, then you switch the chemistry and you expose a different thing and you lay your layer down. So in this particular one, I basically said that the N diffusion was the lowest, polysilicon was the second lowest, and the P diffusion was the third lowest. And you'll notice that these touch, okay? Whereas if I have the P silicon go across, oops, so I got to erase that. I just screwed up. I put a little dot there. Who cares? I'll fix it. So if you go and you look at the layers, these are touching, and at that boundary is where transistors are made. And these are touching, and that's a different transistor being made. And then these aren't touching, right? And so it turns out if there's electricity, it doesn't follow, it doesn't go down this path. So I'll just put some electricity here. So you see how the electricity goes along the metal, but it doesn't come down the polysilicon. Except you've got a little drill, a tiny micron drill that drills a hole through it and then connects all the layers. So if I look at that, so what happens now is you got the metal that's not touching the polysilicon, but then we drilled a hole through the whole thing and poured some more metal into it. I don't know if that's exactly what they do. It's called a via, and it connects them together. And it's so dang awesome. And so what happens now is if we put some positive electricity on this, this transistor becomes a block and does not conduct. Whoops, I stuck a little via in the middle of nowhere, but you can just erase them. See how cool that is? Okay, but if I were to put ground here, then it conducts through it. So this is like a little gate that is either going to let it go through or stop it from going through, depending on what voltage is on this P. And if you look at the layers detail, it basically what happens is the transistor stops the voltage unless there is something going on at that boundary. So this is pretty cool. And so you can build a NOT gate from this. So let's just build a NOT gate while we're here. We already got one of these things. Let's do it the way John 67 did it. Let's clean up. So that's a great question. Oh, wow, I'm screwing up completely. If I erase it, I'll come back to the question of prerequisites. So this is how John did it in the class, because he thought of it as, I'm going to make some metal wires and I'm just going to connect them. So he's going to put his voltage on this. Okay, so we put it on the metal. He wanted to do everything on metal. Now I tended not to want to do everything on metal. So, but it's not wrong. That was what's cool about this conversation. So we'll put some ground on this bottom one. There's some ground there, but it's not being connected up here. So we got to punch a little hole, grab our drill, drill a little hole, and then we've got to connect these middle two pieces together with some metal. Again, nothing's being transmitted, but then if I make my drill, take my via drill. So now what happens is, the way this works is depending on, these are the opposite, the orange pink and the green pink flip back and forth. And so if this is positive, then negative comes out. So this is this is the output. So we'll make this be we'll call this Q, and we'll call this A. So this is a NOT gate, A and not A. So right now A doesn't have a voltage, but if I do the assignment, it says, oh, it's a NAND gate. I want to do a NOT gate. Crap, I just built a NOT gate. Dummy. That's okay. I can save this as Chuck's not gate. And then I can close this and go do a different assignment, not gate assignment. See, that'll make my life a little easier. And I can load Chuck's not gate. So I just transferred it from one assignment to the other. So now I'm going to be told that I'm supposed to, what do we do here? Make a probe label A to the input to your NOT gate, Q on the output, and then design it, and then grade it. So now this grading is an autograder that is going to apply like voltages and check the output. So here we go. So I at least have 2 probes. It's happy about that. I'm setting the ground to A and checking that, so it's a 0 going in and a 1 going out. That's a NOT gate. Make the input be a 1, the output's about to be a 0, and so now I earned a grade for that one. I already had a grade for that one because that was really easy. So that's the homework. Okay, so let's go back to Thikalo's comment. Does CA free have any prerequisites? And the answer is yes and no. If you look at it, I mean, technically you could do it all. For sure, origins computing is really easy and just fun as heck. Innovating with transistor is really easy and fun as heck. VLSI is really easy. Okay, so if all you want to do is VLSI, you go up through 3 and it's really easy. Digital logic is gates. That's not too hard, even though I'm late on it. Clock circuits is where it starts getting difficult, although, I mean, you can do it. The problem is, if you don't know anything about programming, this CPU design and machine code is really, really difficult because you have to be able to know. This is really cool. It's basically a 6502 emulator. Toggle assembler. I mean, there's a lot to know here, right? So if you look at the documentation for this, this is the documentation. Oops, boom, 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 boom. There's a lot to learn. So if you don't know anything about programming, learning machine language is probably a step too far. The last thing you want to do. Although when I taught programming at Michigan State University in the 90s, we actually taught hardware and machine language first, and then we worked our way up from hardware to C and upwards from there in the old days. And so it's not impossible, right? So hardware's kind of fun. You make breadboards, like this little breadboard. I don't have it hooked up yet, but it's got transistors and resistors and a LED and stuff like that. So starting here and then working your way up to machine language in C is cool. So of this class, everything up to CPU design and machine code, because you can see in my stuff how long the lectures get. So this is a lot of lecture. If you look at the VLSI, well, not clock circuits. If you look at the VLSI, it's just like 7 minutes, 14 minutes, and 11 minutes. So that's 25, 33 minutes. That's all. Oh, sorry. I'm not showing you what I'm supposed to be showing you. Boom. So if you look at digital logic, the lectures aren't all that big. If you look at VLSI, it's only like 20 minutes of lecture. Seriously, 20 minutes of lecture. So this is pretty easy. So if you look at it, the first half is really easy and requires absolutely no prerequisites whatsoever, and it's the most fun because that you get to do the paint program. So yeah, machine language is beautiful. You just have to slow down and realize its constraints. The whole idea of machine language is you only have a few things you can do, and you just got to compose them in a way that, you know, it's very clear, it's very low level. You never sort of are at a loss for understanding. You understand it 100%. And that's cool. That's why I like it. How come this one is not working? Yeah, okay, it is working. Okay, let's see, what else? Okay, so any questions? Anybody want me to talk about anything? Okay, so I'm going to do some stuff then. Let me just do some stuff. Let me grab my notes. Okay. I am going to do some vibe coding with y'all watching. Okay? So let me go off screen and pop up some email. Okay. Okay. So, Mike, the 3-ball guy, 3-ball challenge, he has another tournament on Sunday, and they've been playing with it. So let's go ahead and let me show you the 3-ball thing. So 3-ball has the display that's in the bar. And let me put these side by side. So the way this works is this thing here is shown. Let's make it a little smaller. So there we go. That's fine. They want to make them both smaller, but they made it both smaller. There we go. Okay, this is what's shown on the bar. Drew is supposed to come, and Drew has a break, and you'll see here now Drew has been playing, and so they get 3 balls. They have to shoot him in. They either get him in on the break, or it takes 2 shots or 3 shots or 4 shots. And so the score is showing Casey breaks. Okay, so we're going to give Casey a 1. So Casey got them all in. And so now we're waiting for Drew. Did this happen? Okay. Oh, I see. We're at 11 now. So Casey, we're in the middle of this round. Here comes Drew. Drew's going to break. And then Drew is going to get a 4. So 4 came over here. And so I think, aren't we paused here? Start next round. Okay, so we're at the end of a round. So this is the code. If I take a look at this, So I didn't even, when I was doing this, and you'll see this on the video, I didn't even choose the language. I let ChatGPT decide if, I was thinking this was going to become I was thinking this is going to be a Django application. Okay? And so it said, you know, Chuck, you know PHP, and you're clearly good at deploying PHP. Sugi's in PHP. So ChatGPT said, let's write this in PHP. It's pretty small, pretty crufty. So there you go. And so you see the last few things I've done here. Put a little gold badge. I told it to take the gold badge out, undo that. So I've been playing with it. Let's see, code functionality. This was the part, this was the most recent request, was that they didn't want the display to flash. And so this thing, if you take a look at, web developer tools, and you look at network, you see it's talking to state.php. And it's getting JSON, and then it's rewriting the DOM, and I just had that get written. Okay, so let's start a whole new tournament, and let's go to setup. Let's reset all data. Create, replace tournament. Start the tournament. Replace. Reload. Okay, so we're at round 1. So I just did that so that our testing could be a little easier. Okay, so that's what we got. So here's the vibe, right? It kind of works. It does its thing, and Mike, our customer, sends the email. Here you go. When a player does not shoot in 1 minute, instead of putting TO in the scoring column, use TV, which stands for time violation. Okay, let's go in here. Let's start a new chat with, no, I didn't mean that. No, damn it. It's like it pastes because it's got some stupid, okay. Let's put this in a text editor. It was seeing that as a word paste, and it decided to paste it as a Word document. Okay, so let's make these. Okay, we'll start with them. So when a player, this is going to be easy. Again, part of this whole vibe thing is me. It's me like knowing what it's going to do. And I'm like, that's easy. I know it's easy. I know I could do it. So you got to know when it's going to be easy and when it's hard. That's one of the things. So let's do this. So now it's changing comments. There you go. Oh, I see. There's an edit. I wasn't even thinking about it, but there's an edit. There's an edit. Look. So it has to change this, right? Because the status can be TV. So now, so again, it was easy, but it wasn't. Because now what happens if you want to change the status, you got to put in t.v here. And I can save it and then come back. That wasn't it. Come back here. So that TV's in there. But that's kind of stupid. And so as it was going by, I was watching. Come back now. I was watching. It's like it's taking a TO. Right. And I'm like, how about an edit, right? And again, this I'm a programmer now. This is a hard prompt to make for someone who's not a programmer, because I'm going to say in edit.php when entering t.v. Also accept TV. Now what I didn't even see, but Teddit, it knows what I meant. See, I was talking to you about like how typos don't matter. So you see what it did? I saw that code go by and I knew what the code was, and it triggered for me the need to change something. So now I'll keep all that. So now I reload this edit thing and I can say TV, save. I can make TV for this guy. Now t.v is the real answer, right? So now if we go back to display, there's another TV. So this is JSON backgrounding updating, right? And again, if you don't know what JSON background updating is, take my course in Django for Everybody. This is just not yeah, I'm good, Brent. My voice is getting a little tired. When you're a gamer, you can at least just hit buttons really fast. Okay, so what we have here is, so another thing that I do all the time is I go in and I'm going to do a get status to see which files were changed. That little thing changed a lot of files. And so sometimes AI can go crazy, right? So I'm just doing get diff, like just kind of checking, reviewing it. Like it's usually if it's deciding to do something, it usually is not writing bad syntax. It's very good about this. So I'm not really looking at every line of code here. I'm just like, no, they're updating rules.php. What was going on? Okay, it was a comment and then a string. Yeah, okay. It just looks okay, right? Just so I'm gonna git commit this because I like it. So I want to git commit it, and I'll git push it even, but it's not going to run anywhere yet because we've got to update production with this. But that was a safe change, confident. Based on what AI showed me, I decided that I wanted a little bit more work, right? So now let's go back to our requirements. This one's a hard one. I just know it's a hard one. Like if you don't know what you're doing, you don't know it's hard. Okay, this will be an easy one. Game is paused. Can the clock stop as well? Start next round. A shooting player is different than the next player. Yeah, okay. When a new round is started and the order changes, can the player's order be resorted to match the order for that round? So they have... so I don't like how this is stated. I'm going to restate this. And part of it is I gave it a prompt to tell it. So the prompt that I gave it was they were tired of this order being the same, and it turns out that there's a benefit to being last, and so they wanted it to be random. And so you'll notice that Randy was chosen randomly and Joe is up next. So that's what it's showing here. If I go back to control now, it's we're waiting for Randy to break. So Randy breaks, and so Randy's playing. Randy gets 2. Let's say Randy gets a 2, which is actually really a good score. So Randy gets a 2, and now Steve is going to go next. But Steve didn't know he was going after Mike, and that's because I told it to just randomly pick the next guy and the guy after that. Okay, and before it was just going down, 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 and poor lucky Randy, he knew what everybody else's score was before he shot. So if Steve sees that Randy gets a 2, he can be a little riskier because he knows that a 3 isn't going to win. So once a 2 has been shot, a 3 is kind of pointless, if that makes any sense. Because who gets the best, or you got a tie. So maybe if you're going for a 2 or a 3, you're Steve, and you're sitting there going like, well, I can be safe and get a 3, or I can take a risk and get a 2. Well, if you don't get the 2, you're out, right? So you're like, I'm going to take a risk, and I'm going to get my 2 so I can be in and remain tied for first place, right? And so I knew that, and the problem is I'm picking the randomness is picking on the completion of something. So I'm going to have to tell it. I'm not just going to take Mike's stuff and put it in. Well, okay. No. Okay. This is vibe coding. I'm going to put Mike's stuff in, but I now have get status. I have a thing I can say, I don't like what you did, and just throw it all away. And that's what's cool about get in AI. You need to, it's even more important. So we're just going to paste Mike's thing in, because I don't think it's a good prompt. But what the heck? But you never know. AI is pretty smart. Let's see what it does. You got to watch this, and you got to watch everything it's doing, because I saw stuff in the diffs as it was going, and sometimes it doesn't give you enough information. So here we go. It's thinking. Taking longer. Okay, well, I found the root mismatch. Start next was reshuffling and picking a different shooter than the paused preview. Next round is decided once, reused on start, and the grid follows that for round order. It's making a lot of changes because I had the whole random crap put in. So it's ripping out random crap. Terminates the round progression. Okay, I was wrong. It was smart. The grid order now reflects round order better. Player next up matches who actually starts when the round. So order reset for new round. No, subtle message. We're just going to keep it. So, really? That only changed rules.php? Really? Really? What did it change? So let's go review it. I'm going to review it in here. Active players in queue. It's deleting some stuff. That's because I had a whole different random selection mechanism. It's got to get that right. Okay, shuffle, next tournament. So it's advancing. We'll see. I don't know. I can't. Advanced queue. It seems like advanced queue. I would expect to see this in start round or something. Advanced queue is like something it's doing for each one. It sure would be good to be a smart programmer when you're asking yourself questions. If you're like, oh, whatever, it's vibey. Let's vibe and just go. I mean, I don't know. This does not look instinctively right to me. Doesn't mean it's wrong. It just doesn't look right to me. Okay. So let's see what we got going. Okay, we're almost at the end of the round, so let's finish a round. So we got to remember Andy, Joe, Mike. Andy is the first, Joe is the second, Mike is. So what I'm expecting is some point this order is going to change, and the person in the next round is going to be whoever shows up in first. So let's let Mike play. Play, Mike. Get a 3. Okay, come on. Oh! God dang it, I should have checked it. If anyone in the chat knows, check the Discord. What's going on in the Discord? Live stream. Okay, hi Zach. Sakai, GameFi, code crafting, Gamebox, deploy, create. I'm reading it. Yeah. So yeah, the notion that you can create this utopian world where everything is perfect and every learning objective fits into tokens and games and whatever. Um, Unfortunately, the underlying world of software development and technology is a chaotic, ugly, nasty mess. And sometimes there's just some weird regret feature that's not in Python 3.7 that was in Python 3.6, and there's no like elegance to it's a chaotic mess to think that you could create a perfect idealized world. Doesn't mean that such a perfect world couldn't be used to teach foundational concepts, but I'd rather, as I'm teaching foundational concepts, be teaching the stuff that people might use. So, so Pranav, I think that the question about how much you need to know is, you, as long as when you use AI, you use critical thinking, and you think to yourself like, did that work or didn't it work, or is there something I don't understand? And you just need to monitor yourself, and at some point it's good enough. And I did that, right? And how I use AI is something that for me evolved because of my own critical thinking, right? And you saw that in action in that last thing where you saw where I was like debating with myself about what prompt to use, and I finally did something. And when you're critically thinking about this stuff rather than just like, oh God, here it goes, right? And you have like plan Bs, and you can revert when you want to get rid of stuff. So, okay. So, Joe breaks. Let's go back. I'm going to take a screenshot because I am terrible at short-term memory in these situations. Let's go back to here. Let's take a screenshot. So this is file, take screenshot. Boom. Okay. So now I have a screenshot that can tell me what the order was. So Joe's first. So let's just, I'm going to run this round 2 really fast. So it's going in order. That's cool, right? So I'm just doing these, and this is coming, and then Steve, and then let's say timeout. Did he get a timeout? Oh, and then we're starting the next round, and Steve and Andy are already up. And it's sorted differently because Steve was the last guy in the last round, and he's first guy in this round just because of randomness. Shoot. That worked pretty good. That worked pretty good. Yep, it's doing what I want. Right now I can't think anything else to test. It is pretty sweet. So let's go and work on so I want to remove the green highlighting of the up next player. Now Mike didn't tell me to do this. So remove the green highlighting of the next player. It's now always the person that's just below the current player. This is easy. High likelihood. I won't even check the diff. So if I refresh, yeah, so there we go. He's next. That's going to happen. So Steve breaks. Steve breaks, gets a 2. Yep. Andy breaks, gets a 4. You can see how everyone's having a lot of fun with this in the bar, right? Instead of this only being on a piece of paper with the person running the tournament. Okay, so he wants this clock to stop. Okay, so that's good. I like that. So, So I don't know why this worked, but it did work, and so I'm not going to be mad about that. I'm just going to vibe it, get status, a quick little get diff to do some code review, CSS changes. The CSS is so ugly in AI generated code, but I don't care. That's another thing about vibe coding is you're not vibe coding inside of someone else's framework. It's like, I don't care, I'm going to make this pretty. And I just let it have its own stylistic choices, and it's got good taste, not bad taste. Active players in queue order. Oh, I don't know how to data queue. Yeah, close enough for government work. Randomize between rounds. Git push. So we're randomizing between rounds. And now let's go to Mike's last request. When the game is paused, can the clock stop as well? We'll see if it knows enough to pause it at the end of a round. That doesn't look like much I understand. Let's review it. We done? Oops. Okay, so I don't know. That didn't seem like a lot of changes. So let's go back. So we're paused. Okay, that's good. It's neither counting up nor counting down. Let's hit refresh, see if it fixed this as well. Okay, so we're paused. So now we're going to start the next round. So Steve's 57, that's going. Okay, Steve, come on up here. Come up, there we go. Steve is clicked. This waits until the next JSON refresh. Let's get a 4. So it's 4. Randy's got to come. Randy's doing good. Randy gets a 3. And then Joe breaks. So far, so good. So let's just pause the tournament right now. Can we pause it? What happens? So resume tournament. Huh. Well, that looks pretty good. And we just used the stuff. That's what's cool. We used the stuff that Mike sent us, and I think it's good. So let's go ahead and commit it. We'll do a get diff. Take a look. We already looked at this before. That seems too simple for me, but it seems to work. Okay. So I never know how long those things are going to take. So Zach is trying to create this sort of programming environment. So let me give a sort of a brief speech about that. Boom. So the idea, Zach, that that you should create a environment. Let's just think of a multiplayer game of any kind. You're sort of wandering around a space, you're interacting with the things that you find in that space, and you're sort of learning, right? If you think about getting good at a game, you're kind of learning by interacting with it and getting better at it. And the question is, could you create a environment in which that same kind of mechanics and same kind of physics would lead to learning? And the answer is there has been such a thing. And so I will talk. Let me show you. Let me go back and I'll get rid of 3-ball control. Let's go back to 4. Go split screen. Let's go back to ChatGPT. These kinds of things, I love ChatGPT, where ChatGPT, Scala hype cycle. I could make stuff up, or I could just ask ChatGPT, and it's good at. So I'm going to say, let's just talk to it. So tell me a bit about the multi-user dungeon movement and how multi-user dungeons were a great place for people to play in the beginning, but they eventually become programmers and change the environment, and how it was perhaps the greatest example of teaching embedded object-oriented programming from a system in which those objects were embedded. So these are called MUDs, multi-user dungeons. And Colossal Cave Adventure and later Zork. Yeah. So this is from a long time ago, 1970s. And this was when we were using, if you saw the movie Big, he types like, open book. And so what happened was, first you had these single player things, and then you had like a multi-user online server, like MMO. Here we could play rock, paper, scissors. This is my MMORPS thing. I don't know if anybody's using this. Whoa, people are using it. So this is a thing I built to play rock, paper, scissors online. And so we're all together in this MMORPS. And the way I built this is I made it so that if no one really shows up, you get a fake opponent. But okay, so these MUDs basically created a world that had some data in the back. So think of it as a database, and you would walk around this world, you would encounter people when you walked into a new space, but the world could be extended. So if you think of this, you could explore, fight monsters, and interact with each other. But then, like Tiny Mud and Lambda Moo, players got permission to build another room. So you could think of the room as a grid. You go north, south, east, and west, up, down, go through cave, do whatever. But every time you'd go into some kind of a room, and that room would have a picture on the wall. And there would be things you could do to that picture. And so let's just say, and all this is just text files, ultimately. Not that different than Minecraft. It's all just a bunch of kind of text files. It's saying what kind of block did you place where, and then it renders it all. So you're kind of in a Minecraft is kind of a follow-on to multi-user dungeon. But what you're doing is not just having blocks in a space, collective space, you're actually having rooms. And so someone had to build a little object, an instance of a room. So you could think of it as like, room 721 extends room. And then you could like say, you know what? I'm going to put some things in here. I'm going to put a goblet. I'm going to put a picture. And I'm going to put a frog. So in this room that you're building, you have a list of objects, which are instance variables, that has a picture, goblet, and frog. But then what you got to do is you got to build, the frog has to have data. Like, it might be a color changing frog. And then you have the current color. So that's like an attribute of the frog instance. And then you might like have a method called poke. So you could sit in there and you just walked into a room. There's a goblet here. There's a frog here, etc. And then you want to poke the frog. And when you poke the frog, it changes color and creates a new object called a scroll. So you poke the frog turns yellow, and the frog belches, and out comes a scroll. And what would happen is you would play this game for a while, and you'd get to know the more advanced players or the moderators or the owners, and then they would say, you know what? I'm going to give you a room called Chuck's room. I'm going to connect it right off the bar. So the owner or the moderator would make a room and give you the permission to make objects in the room and create the room, and then assign attributes and to the objects. And so what happened was people would build rooms, and if there was a communication thing where you could send a note to the moderator and say, could you come into my room and help me because I'm having trouble making my frog belch out a scroll. And then the moderator would teleport into your room, and they would be they could look at all your code. They would like view source, in a sense, view the frog source, and they could see the objects. They could just edit the frog, say, oh, you missed this semicolon or whatever. And so what happened there was, it was this object-oriented world in which the teacher was with you in the object-oriented world. The teacher gave you a space to build your own objects. The teacher would look at your objects, potentially grade them. You could imagine a grading system on this. And so you could imagine assignments where it says, I'm going to give you this is your week 1 room. You have to have a scroll, and it has to have one method called read. And so you can go into that room and you can say read scroll. And so this is kind of properties, methods, inheritance, parent objects, without calling it. It was object-oriented programming. And it was addictive and wonderful and supportive, because it wasn't just the software, it was the software with your mentors, right? And what would happen is you would earn your credibility in a particular multi-user dungeon. That was an instance, right? There was a moderator. They ran the server, and they would watch, and they'd say, whoa, this person is playing a lot. Let's just approach them. So I'll teleport into the room you're in, and I say, would you like your own room to play with? And then what you would say is like, okay, I'm not connecting your room to anywhere else in this mud until I go in and can check it out and see if your room's okay. And don't put any swear words in your room, by the way. I want to look at all that stuff. So it's like this really cool space. And once you've been wandering around Minecraft for a while, why wouldn't you want to create a special kind of a block, which is like a block which is like that gum that would explode in your mouth with little juice coming out of it. So you'd have like a refresher block. So why wouldn't you want to make a block? I don't know. In Minecraft, people do that, I think. But I think you have to be outside of Minecraft. The thing that the mud was is that a built-in text editor, right? So, okay. So So that was kind of my answer to your idea, Zach, of building an environment that is kind of self-contained and really cool. So, okay, let's see, what else have I wanted to talk about? Wow, I had a whole bunch of things and I really talked about most of them. Someone asks, is there free content on C++? I don't know. So one of the things that's interesting to me, I have been so focused on like building my world, right? This is my multi-user dungeon and you can go from room to room. You got Python for everybody, and then you go in and you go into the rooms of Python for everybody and you go, boom, next, you meet a princess here. And I've been building my own, in effect, networked learning hub that is all internally consistent for so long that I haven't looked at other things. And I've always felt like my stuff was better than anybody else's stuff, and I still kind of believe that. Although, interestingly, these other folks are catching up. So you can go to like W3 Schools. Right, and you can do a HTML tutorial, right? And I probably have to sign in. I don't even know if I have an account on here. Well, I'll sign with Gmail. That's okay. That's easy money. So I'm gonna sign in on Gmail. So am I signed in? Did I make it? And so I'm in. Come on. Get started. So this is W3 Schools, and I use this for all their sample code. Oh man. Dr. Chuck. What? I don't mean to generate. This is bad usability. Skip. Okay, so let's go to HTML. So this is a course. This is not just a helper thing. So let's just see what we can do here and get into this course. Continue. Sure, keep me updated. Hero access unlocked. Start learning. Setting my profile. Okay, so let's start the tutorial. HTML exercises. Okay, that's just a multiple choice question. I don't want that. I want to see the HTML exercises. No, I want an autograder. I want to be able to do something practical here. Don't make me a liar here. So I want to autograde these. And it's not working. But these guys have done more things that have interactives in them. And so that's cool. Like Free Code Camp. I don't know if I can make this work. Let's sign in. Get started. It's free. Continue with Google. Boom, in we go. Continue. Let's go to today's challenge. Yeah, so here this is a autograder. Get last letter. This is too hard. I don't feel like it. Of course, we could use AI to do it, but there you go. You got. I'm just seeing that I haven't watched as everybody else has done stuff. So, like, you know, does W3 Schools have a C++? That's not good. C++ tutorial. So this is free. Start learning C++ now. Get started. So there's free C++ stuff, right? So I just and so W3 Schools, if you look at their business model, their business model is ad based and remove ads, and it's as simple as that. And so these guys got their start by being the sample code for the world, and then they started adding interactives and other things that make them schools. And if you start looking at the business model and funding, it's a very efficient site. They don't need a lot of employees, and they keep everything in the browser. They don't need a lot of servers, and they have a lot of good information. And so I'm impressed. I mean, it fits kind of all my value system, and that is, don't use money as a block. Use money as a convenience or annoyance. Like remove ads, I'm sure they're going to ask me for some money at this point. Yeah, so there you go. I remove ads for $2.99 a month, or $10 a month. Whoa, full stack space for dynamic application. That's pretty cool. I was thinking I needed to build something like this, but they already have. That's another thing that I'm kind of learning, is that instead of building my next autograder, I can find what somebody else made as an autograder and then imitate it. So I might go buy this plus, and I might go work in full stack dynamic applications. Matter of fact, still no questions? Yeah, so there's free content on C++. As a matter of fact, one thing I've been looking at lately is Udemy. Udemy is kind of a competitor to Coursera that was recently bought by Coursera. And you can just put courses up here if you feel like it. So we've got some courses up, but I've been playing with this one course by building autograders. And so this is an autograder that Udemy uses to and I think this was my I was playing with TypeScript to see if their autograder used TypeScript much. So let's go back to curriculum. Let's go to this one. You'd have one question. Yeah, I think I got this wrong. I'm getting this wrong. But it turns out that I figured out from playing with Udemy that they use this thing called Jasmine, which is a unit testing. And they use this Jasmine unit testing framework to create assignments. And yeah. What is Zach saying? Yeah, I kind of for the first 7 modules of Python for Everybody using AI without as they're starting is like you're just shooting yourself in the foot. And there are people that struggle with the first 7 modules of Python for Everybody, but that struggle is it's precious. I mean, and I try to tell people that it is precious. So let's try something. So let me go in here. Let me go into a CA free. Okay, so sometimes I just want to try something. I'm gonna commit all this because that was good code we had. What were we working on? Take a look. Get diff. Oh, I just changed it to 60 seconds instead of 180 seconds. Switch to 60 seconds. So let me set this up. I have in Django for Everybody, I have HTML and CSS modules. And then I also have in Web Applications for Everybody HTML and CSS modules. And they're kind of the same. So here's the thing. When I built my CSS assignment, I had to use a peer grading for the CSS because I couldn't really write an autograder that would read the HTML, read the JavaScript, read the CSS, render it, and then allow me to query that rendered thing. Because my autograder is just like a really simple text-based system. It doesn't interpret the JavaScript or anything like that, which is kind of cool. And so I thought I would build a Jasmine autograder. Okay, and so I've been thinking about this. So let's use this last 20 minutes to just try to do something interesting. So in my autograders, I put them in these places called tools. This is the CDC 6504. So I'm going to say I want to build an autograder that can allow students to author HTML in a text window and then press a grade button and have it run a simple Jasmine script to do a series of checks on the student's HTML and determine if the specs were handled. I want to start with 2 text areas, one for the student answer and one for the Jasmine, and a grade button. So just to be clear, I have absolutely no idea what this is going to do. This is a big prompt. This is just I'm starting a whole new autograder. Please put this in CA4E/tools/Jasmine. No, let's make it HTML. And follow the patterns in folders like CDC 6504. I don't know if that might. Okay, we'll just do it. So now that is it would take me a long time to build little mini prototypes of this idea and then graft it into my grading infrastructure using learning tools interoperability. And it's already telling, because it saw another way that I built that, although it did most of the building. Yeah, cheers. Yeah. So it's making a HTML folder here. See, there's our folder. It just made a folder. Let's see what's got in it. And it's copying from some of the patterns. It totally understands what's going on in here because it works on it. And so it's taken the essential things to make this thing work for us. So now it's going to do 2 text areas and a Jasmine powered that reports pass-fail details. It's pretty damn impressive. And this is like the average person wouldn't have spent enough time to know how to even write that prompt. Like, build me a startup that does taxi cab calling, right? It's not like that. You got to know what you want and just use AI to like do it for you faster, right? Okay. So let's keep it. Holy schmackaroos. Okay, so boom, boom. We don't need that anymore. Boom. Okay, boom. So let's go into computer architecture for everybody. I have a little test harness here. Where's it called? What's it called? Nixie Challenge. What's it called, dude? HTML autograder. There we go. Let's try it. Holy crap. Look at what they got. Again, we are like, what? 5 minutes into the work? Okay. Holy crap. Look at that. It even knows like how to get Jasmine in. Where's Jasmine coming from? It's just index.php, really? Where the heck is Jasmine? Style. Is it loading the Jasmine in the end? Holy crap. So it's just loading from unpackaged, the Jasmine code. Look at that. So what it didn't do, it just gave me a hello world. And we're going to fail the autograder. Look at that. So this is the kind of thing where, I did this over and over and over again as I make autograders. And what I would love to do is make it so that teachers could have, so there's so much in here already, like the LTI and all the thing about registration of the tools, the test harness, LTI test harness, that's all there, right? And I will be able to make this work. So let's say change the example to a CSS example. Change the example to test the student putting some CSS into the file and then checking if the CSS did its thing. Because one of the hardest things I have is auto grading CSS. Okay, not too bad. I mean, Jasmine is super powerful, so. Okay, so the styles text is, it's going to be red, grade. Yep. Any chance? So I'm like, can we make two files here? Can we make a tab dialog where the student HTML and student CSS? Wow. Because one of my ideas is to take, oh, I lost it. Well, one of my ideas is to basically create an HTML and CSS module that I can use in both of these classes. And after that, I use JavaScript in both of these classes. So I'm thinking about, and some of that stuff is years old. So that I would say this HTML and CSS is not my greatest work. I mean, it was great a long time ago. And I'm like, if I just built a whole new one, this would be a nice upgrade for HTML, CSS, and then JavaScript to build a new autograder for HTML, CSS, and a new autograder for JavaScript, and then build new content around that autograder, and then use it in all those courses, but also make another course called HTML and CSS for everybody, which is a tiny little thing that's kind of a prerequisite then maybe to computer architecture for everybody, and a little JavaScript for everybody that's a prerequisite to Django and computer architecture. And so I'm looking at these, and I'm now that I have this whole master programmer concept, I like the scope of this, but I can sit and refactor it and then revise and innovate and improve these things all the time. So it got done. Let's keep it. And this is vibe coding at its best because I'm not changing something that matters. If I break it, I break it. I can always go backwards. So let's go here. Close that. Close that. Look at that. So we now have two files. We have the HTML and the CSS. We don't need that anymore. Could the students HTML include a working style tag that includes the style yeah, okay. Student HTML for easy testing. These days, this is how I make autograders. Oh wow, look at that. It re-renders it. It re-renders it as you're typing, kind of on an on change. Look at that. Let's grade it. Yep. It's not right. Okay, that is really amazing. Okay. I'm tempted to commit this before I get too crazy. It's okay. That's not unbreakable. Okay. How about checking HTML validation? In browser. Because I like HTML validation in my HTML autograders. What? I did not expect this to work. We had more about nesting of tags and matching. Begin and end tags. Let's see what it thinks. Gee whiz. Nested tag sanity, begin end tag. So now it's really working on where. Yeah, so what happens now is this is a good example of how, yeah. We'll probably tell it at some point to refactor this, but that's okay. We can, because we're starting to build a library of like HTML. We want to call this like HTML validator library, but it's okay. We can test it. So boom. Let's validate HTML. That's pretty sweet. The question becomes, do I want to validate even more, right? And the answer is probably not. That's quite interesting. Okay, let's just keep going. How about checking for accessibility? Look at that. Look at that. What did we get here? This is its little lightweight accessibility checker. It knows something about it. So we're just going to keep it all. And again, vibe coding. What? Yeah. Let's just copy that. If you want, of course I want. I want it all. And I want it now. Yikes. Missing laying on HTML. Head is present. Look at that. Validation. Axe core is a what? Are you kidding me? Is it a JavaScript library? See, now, these are things I couldn't do, right? Holy crap. I did not even frickin' know that. Holy mackerel, look at that. Strict accessibility, Axe Core ready. Let's see what she says. Well, contrast is pretty cool. For contrast mistakes, could we indicate which tag is an error? So, I mean, I already have a better, this is already kind of a better autograder than I have in my current classes. That's really bad. Huh. Guess this doesn't have it as... This must be white. 255, 255 must be white. It's going to be terrible. Yeah, we kind of messed it up. The element output is useless. This element output, like what is that? And what good is that for me? This is good. This is good. What I don't understand is like, I made this white, so there's a thing right there, and that's got terrible contrast. And it doesn't catch that, so I'm like, okay. Ooh, 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 it's better. Yeah, 0 I think will be black. Let's have 2, okay. Let's sorry, I was going too fast. Yeah. So this is a situation where like it's starting to think about style, which is cool, right? So let's go ahead and validate it on strict accessibility. Yeah, look at that. Although interestingly, this is gonna fail WCAG. Watch, because it's too small. Let's run real wave. See the errors. Let's look at the details. Missing form label. Contrast errors. So right here's where. Oh, that's not so. Oh, that's not too small. That's interesting. That's not too small. What do we find here? That is wrong. That's wrong. Missing form label. Yeah. So our thing. Well, let's do that. Let's just tell it. We're getting some. The grade and validate. This is cool because accessibility. I have contrast errors. And forms are missing. Form labels. So I wish that it would give me like a better thing to cut and paste, right? So sometimes I'm just like sitting here. Think about it as a pair programmer. I used Wave to check your code. I mean, it helps me to kind of say, hey, it's pretty ironic that I'm, see, and then it comes back with me like, hey, nice catch. I'll fix accessibility issues. Tighten color contrast. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for the like, or I appreciate that. I never thought about that there could be tips on this, but I do like the tip economy. So thank you for the tip. Bonnie Haas 22, thank you for the tip. So I am out of coffee. Got nothing to drink. And it's 4 o'clock. I was supposed to stop at 4. The problem is I'm having so much fun. Maybe what I'll do is maybe I'll just pick this up. I'll just leave this here and I'll pick this up and see where it goes. I don't know if in the second 6 to 10 group I'll have to say everything again. We'll see. Let's just keep this and then hit reload and then use Wave. Look, no errors, no contrast errors, 1 alert. Usually that's crap. No page regions. I don't even know what that is. Okay, well, we'll see. This looks better.
Brent Severance.
Oh, my producer is on the phone. Hey, producer, what's up?
Hello. Make sure you check the Discord one more time. Make sure you haven't gotten anything unanswered.
Okay. I was watching the YouTube. We got a tip, man. We're living
awesome.
Fat City.
That was awesome. That was very nice of them. Yeah. It looks like I got a couple of things coming in. I think it's just them talking, but I think there maybe something.
Someone posted a picture. That's a student from CA Free. He posted a picture of the jerk pit. He asked me. He came to Ann Arbor as a visit, and he went to the jerk pit. And so I'll have to say, sorry I didn't miss you. Sorry I missed you.
There's that one, and then under the live stream, there's a lot of good insights that maybe you want to review on your time that you're getting ready for the 6 o'clock group. I would just kind of go through it.
Look at UMAVI said,
Yeah, I know.
how about accessibility? And I was just going down that path. So I was being all meta
exactly.
about it. I mean, first I had accessibility, and then I had meta accessibility on top of the accessibility, which I got. Okay.
I love it, Zach. I see what you've done there.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
No, I didn't even see what Umavi said. So that's pretty cool. Okay, so let's see.
I've updated the server. It all has icons.
I see the icons.
A little bit better navigated now.
Why does
there's all
ITST help have a floppy disk on it?
Wait, which one?
You put a floppy disk on ITS help. That's Internet History, Technology, and Security.
Yeah, I know. Like internet history, floppy disk.
Oh, that's retro. That's just retro. Okay,
Yeah,
I got
that's
it.
all.
Web applications for everybody. That's good. Program. Here's a question. Did you use AI to decide the icon for PG free?
No, I just knew it was an elephant.
You already knew that.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you're
might-
right.
I might be kind of like not a programmer, but I know the cute little icons.
That's
and
right.
I know I did Snake for Python.
Snake is
did-
right. That's a good one. Django for everybody. Yeah, it's DJ.
That's all I got. Yeah, there's really nothing I can do there. And CS is all I had for CC free, and that's about it. But
And CS means computer science, right?
yep,
Yeah. CA for E is just a green square. What the heck does that mean?
it's supposed to be a computer chip, but I'm thinking of something better.
Oh, you're still working on that.
Yeah,
Food, cat, and what's the other
disco
one?
ball.
Disco ball. Yeah,
It's just random,
that's no
off
good.
topic.
Yeah. So, okay.
So it looks a lot better now, a lot cleaner. So it should be. That was my doing. That wasn't Isaac. So he probably will be confused when he looks at it.
It's okay.
But I just did that because I do that with mine.
Hey, you
so.
could always fall back to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy if, one new mention. I don't know what that means. Off topic. Oh, yeah, you'll be there in the fall. Well, hey, you were just so hey, I'll show you one thing. I'll show you one last thing for the people who are still around. Let's see how many we got. We still got 21. Or wait, let me check viewer activity. But okay, I'll show you one last thing. Let me start off screen.
Okay, when you finish up, I will be
Yeah.
back on to help you moderate by, you said 6
6
o'clock.
o'clock.
is your
Yeah,
next-
I'm probably gonna take a
next
nap. I got food here. I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna take a nap, and then I'm gonna come back at 6 o'clock.
I'm going to take a nap too. So
Yeah. Okay. So okay. Bye, Brent. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So I'm gonna
yes,
have
you're welcome.
one last bonus, and so so I hope you can see this. Yep. Let's go into split screen mode here. Boop. Okay. So one of the things that I've been doing in computer architecture for everybody, and those of you who are in my computer architecture for everybody class, know that what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to personalize things. And so if you look at I've been thinking about every time you walk into there should be like a little welcome here. So you're coming into CPU design. I already talked about the fact that this is kind of hard. And so I'm like, I should add something at the beginning of these, especially just that contextualizes what's going on rather than just like, hey, get to work. And so I recorded a video that I want to record these videos that are kind of fun. So here is a video that I recorded. I'm not sure I've even looked at it completely, but I recorded this on Saturday at the race. Come, it's not working. Won't play. It's not playing. That's not good. That one's playing. There's my car going by. And the other one. Oh, quit. Oh, here we go. Somehow. Here you go. This is for the class. Computer architecture for everybody. Hello, everybody. This is Chuck. I'm here at the Mid-Ohio racetrack where my car is out there. I'll be driving in a little bit. I just want to welcome you to the computer architecture part of this class, where you're going to learn what instructions are and what the fetch execute cycle is. And it's probably the most difficult part of the class, but I think it's worth it. I tried to put as much as I could in the parts building up to this. So good luck, take your time. It's a little bit more difficult than the other sections, but I'm confident that you're going to be able to do it. Oh, and let me see if I can show you another one. So give me a comment on that. And I'll show you one more thing. Let's make sure that's coming down here. Here's another one for the clock circuits. Let me see if I can. Ah! Got too much crap on my screen. There we go. Put that down there. Put this here. Copy this here. We already did that. We already fixed 3-ball. Okay, here's another intro to a different part of the course. This is an intro for the clock circuits. So let's see how this intro works. Come on. So this is another intro. So hello everybody, I'm coming to you from Farwell Lake. I just got the boat out of storage. I'm taking it. So the next section you're working on is about clocks, about circuits that are clocked. It's about timing, and timing is at spring. It's time to get the boat out. The clock stuff may seem a little bit weird to you. It has to do with as circuits get longer and more complex, to predict the output, to make sure we don't have tiny errors creeping in, we have to wait until the circuit stabilizes. And everything you've seen so far, everything seems instant, but nothing is really instant. And so clocks has to do with measuring sort of the worst case propagation delay and setting a clock rate and using the clock rate for certain values to stabilize to a 0 or a 1, and then we grab them, okay? So this section is a little weird, but it's an essential part of an essential part of the fetch execute cycle. And then we're going to, after this, we're going to work into the fetch execute cycle. Cheers. Okay, so back to me. I'm going to wrap up. Let's see. Have I been to the Buxton Speedway in Ontario before? No, I don't think they let us take race cars across the border. I'm not even going to try, but that'd be cool. And these are not speedway race cars. These are road race cars. So I assume by speedway you mean like a circle track, which is a different kind of racing. And I've done circle track dirt racing, but not circle track asphalt. And so, Buxton, I'll look that up afterwards. I'll do one last question. Do you believe the increasing use of AI tools is making it more difficult to beginners to develop into professionals due to the risk of over-reliance? Yeah. I think that the over-reliance is bad. Okay. I think that the next round of students are not going to over-rely. They're going to figure out how not to over-rely. Any more than they figured out how not to over-rely on Google or Stack Overflow. So I don't think that over-reliance is the problem. There will be students that will over-rely, and they're going to make bad choices, and then they just won't get jobs. But those who understand that over-relying leads to not getting jobs are going to be people are going to wash out and fail, and those that stay will be the ones that have the right balance. And so I'm not going to try to force the balance in any of the students I teach or any of the classes that I teach. And so the thing that gives me sort of the greatest comfort is the conversations I had last week with my students who are my teaching assistants at U of M for my on-campus classes, and hearing about their job interviews was great. And I want to get them on. I'll probably have to wait till after they graduate. I want to get them on my podcast and get them to talk to me about that process and talk to you about that process. Because hearing their experiences interviewing for some of the most competitive jobs on the planet, and how using AI was an essential part of the interview, but being able to do it without AI was also an essential part of the interview, makes me happy. And then the other thing that they said was there is an interest in fresh ideas. And fresh ideas are the ideas of people who are good at the core skills of programming, but can think about all that work in the context of AI. Because all these companies in the future just need to be more efficient. And if you say, well, I'm not going to hire you at Google if you do anything AI, or I'm not going to hire you in Google if you do anything with just knowing how to code, that's bad for Google. Google needs to hire people who are really good at coding and really good at AI, because otherwise they're just not going to be efficient companies in the future. And the problem is that, the thing about is people like me who are pretty good because of years of expertise, people like me who are good at AI now, I'm getting better. You saw some of that. I can build a startup if I frickin' feel like it. And watch out for me if I decide to build a startup. But that's because I have a lot of experience that I got over a long period of time, and I'm going to leverage AI with all that experience. So when will we reach AGI? And if we do, I don't know what AGI is. When do you expect it to happen? So I don't think that there is any tipping point. I don't think that there's a tipping point like that Google search made it so that Wikipedia was irrelevant. None of these things are so great that they're going to cause some kind of a, moment where humans are not needed anymore or whatever. I mean, it just is going to be different, and the difference will be difference we can cope with. So, okay. So with that, I'm going to, artificial general intelligence, unlikely, ever. Okay, so I will, 6 o'clock is my next scheduled time. So, no, I'm gonna go to 6:45. I'm gonna go to 6 o'clock. I will say goodbye. Cheers, everybody. I'm gonna shut the stream down, and we will talk to you later.